everybody. Welcome back to Wampleville. We got the big guy, and by big guy, I mean really big. You can, he's not really all that much taller than Bridget, but he's got the big old cloak and everything going on. So yeah, lots of stuff happening here. I think it's going to be very fun. We also have we got some heavy hitters out here on the palette too. We actually got cadmium green over here. We got genuine phthalo green. We've got cobalt teal bluish over here. So yeah, there's well, we're not fooling around. Not fooling around on this one here. What we'll try and do is a bunch of our lighter dry brush stuff. I might have to every so often, pull off a mold line or something like that. They're a support nub. Hey there, Armored Wolf. So yeah, check these things out. Now, I designed them. Actually, I've just found some free ones there. This was like some super tall thing. I just chopped it, brought it down, made sure it was basically comfortable for my hand. Hey there, Zell, how you doing? But you can see how now it's not hitting this anymore. Whereas everything else, like it was glued literally in the weakest spot of the whole thing, and it was really hard to get it out of there. Here, it's going to be much easier to separate. So that's going to be way easier. And again, this is I got like four of these printed out, Armored Wolf. So Zell, hopefully you've kind of managed to get that cough out of the system there. Oh, geez, I forgot my reference. 1 second here. I gotta bring up my reference. 1 second. It's gonna take a few seconds here for me to find my Green Knight again. I mean, he's not that far down. He's a more recent thing. Ah, there he is. There he is. Let's bring him over here. Now we got it. Okay, there we are. I just needed my reference over there. I'm glad that you're finally starting to feel better there. Now, okay, there we go. That's cadmium green right there. Again, not fooling around. Actually, there's something weird about this brush here. We might have to ditch this one pretty soon. I was thinking maybe again some warmer. I see we got a. Ah, good. I still have this here. I thought I had gotten all these, but I guess there's still a few left. Although, oh, there we go. Some of these are going to be maybe a little too hard to get. I guess we can get them now. So great to see you there, Zell. Ah, that one's just stuck in the primer right there. Yes, I think I got most of the ones on this side over here. That'll just have to do for now. Hey there, Uber Yeti. Nice to see you there, Uber Yeti. I hope that, and check this out, Uber Yeti. Brand new holders that I made. Brand spanking new holders. So yeah, I'm gonna go much warmer with this. And again, we got heavy hitting colors out here. We got this is part of this is cadmium green here. Then that is gonna migrate into this, which is actually Armored Wolf. That's what I wanted to say. What is this called? I think it's just called Green Earth. So I have this out on the palette here, Armored Wolf. So Zell, I'll send you some images tomorrow. I've done redesigns actually on the tiles, on the tokens. I think we got something that's even more solid than it was just yesterday. I've got hundreds of pages of PDF. Actually, I had to get a laser printer, Zell. Yeah, that showed up yesterday. I haven't even had a chance to set that up. Now, Uber Yeti, I think I sent you some of the pictures of setting up the new area. So Uber Yeti, yeah, there's the two Anycubics. Now, I didn't have a chance to do this before the stream because, again, I was redesigning stuff. But those tokens and stuff, those will be the first things that I print out on the printer in the new setup. And well, here we go. We're painting the Green Knight, and again, he's not a playable character. He's essentially he's a trigger. when there's X amount of corruption on hexes or on characters and or characters, he can appear. Now again, some of the adjustments made to him, he's not just there to say, I mean, for all intents and purposes, punish the playable characters. He can actually, in some ways, benefit the playable characters. He can sometimes benefit Mordred. He again, he's kind of like the Lady of Shalott. He's an event. Hey there, Majar. How you doing? Check this out, Majar. Where's oh there she is. Look at this. We finally have cyber and non-cyber versions of Bridget here. Yes, we do. There you go. Oh, of course, I still have some things downstairs. That's right. Oh well, I'll have to maybe try and get those when we take our little break there to refill the medicine. So Uber Yeti, it was challenging to say the least. That was definitely a 1-to-1 scale terrain project, no doubt. Because there was stuff in there. Some of the stuff I was throwing away actually does go back a long, long, long ways. Even like before I last redid that room. So there was a bunch of stuff that I'm gonna be throwing stuff out for weeks because I filled up the garbage can within the first hour. Uh, oh that's right. That's what's downstairs. That's what's downstairs. I wanted to show you that Majar. I've got the bust version and the figure version of Merlin all finished. Well, those are up on the Instagrams there, Majar. If you want to see them, they are up on the Instagrams. And of course, Uber Yeti, if you want to share the YouTube channel or anything like that, you know the deal. Please go ahead and do that. And now the Saturn, both those the Saturns, actually Armored Wolf. Now, pretty soon, I'm gonna have to bug you for the settings on the and that resin because I bought like a couple of jars of the red. I've got that one jar of the blue, and then I've also got some smoky black. I'm gonna just kind of not use the blue gray stuff, the opaque stuff. Now, let me see if I can drag this out here. One second. Okay. One second. That's a problem here. It's all tangled. And again, here's another alternative one. And the idea is you put all the weights in here, the counterweight, and you just glue those together. So you can see that right there. But I'm going to throw this over there. And again, the reprint of the tiles. Now, I am trying to redo some things. Like this tile has been redone. This tile has also been redone. And of course, here's our fabulous dice that we made. That again, all this stuff is printable right there. There's your dice, and of course, now I've also redesigned the tokens. So these were so that's Lancelot, Nimue. Well, speaking of Green Knight, there was the original Green Knight token. There's a corruption token right there. So again, that's just a tiny, tiny little hint, a tiny hint of what is coming. It's a tile placement game. It's not a skirmish game. It's not a traditional board game. I tried to make it where you don't really have to print. You're gonna have to print a bunch of tiles. You have to print the dice and the tokens. But the only cards that you would be printing would essentially be things like player cards, quick reference guides. So it's not going to be one of those things where you got to somehow figure out, okay, how am I printing all these cards here? Majar, and the new tokens are way better. Believe it or not, Major, the new tokens that I just did, oh my gosh, they make those look primitive. Part of it was, again, once because I think you might have seen one of the tiles that you saw was a node, and a node, and I actually changed it so that they were different types. It was a little, well, replayability is a thing, right? Right, Uber Yeti. You don't want to just like, okay, we've played this game two, three times, we've seen everything. Um, so like Mordred, he has different victory conditions. He has different motivations. Morgan Le Fay also changes things a lot depending on, again, Morgan Le Fay is not necessarily evil and not necessarily good. So Morgan Le Fay is like the one that changes, shall we say, loyalties the most or the easiest. Then Lancelot, of course. Galahad is the most difficult to corrupt, but then he has the greatest consequences for when he does fall to corruption, because the Grail code is written directly into his armor. The armor goes away, so the armor basically just shatters, it disappears, and I'm actually making a separate printable Grail here to go in his hand. Oh, and by the way, I was thinking for Thursday. Let me put this over here. Let me see if I can bring this up here. Here we go. So I might paint this on flat Thursday. So we haven't done a regular painting in a while. Might try to paint this. So again, see, there's the Grail cup in his hand. These are your corrupted Guinevere, corrupted Nimue. Oh, and by the way, there's miniatures for those. There are miniatures of those. And again, I think I put too much cobalt teal bluish out here. I don't know if I needed quite this much. Although Doji would say, can you ever actually have too much cobalt teal bluish? Okay, I think we'll roll like that. So Zell, I almost don't have the heart to ask this question here, because we know what it implies, what a certain answer might be. Does it seem like GW is going to continue their like ignoring Battlefleet Gothic status? Because I think that's what you want, right? Is just GW to keep their hands off of BFG. Because well, that could create some issues. And I guess the question is, let's just throw it out there. Okay, let's say that they do, like what they did with Blood Bowl and, well, Lord of the Rings and all that other stuff. Do you think the community just kind of accepts it and goes forward with it, or does the community kind of, shall we say, start splitting, or it fractures, like the Grail Code? So I'm wishing for you, Zell, that GW just forgets that it exists, that they have no idea it's even there. You just like pay no attention to that game behind the curtain there. There's nothing there, nothing to see. Move on, nothing to see here. Well, we haven't had one of these in a long time, and it's almost like they're going back in time. That's like an antiquated one right there. That is a very antiquated one. Let's do, okay, we're going to get this out of here. Now we're going to start doing some glazy stuff here. That's a lot of light greens. I'm going to go, here, let's go. Let's go big or go home. Let's start with the. You know what? I'm actually gonna. I have a bunch of these sitting around here. You know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna take. Of course, I didn't get Pearly and Blackout. Oh, it's over here. Or is it? No, let me try this again. That is not Perline Black. That's not Perline Black. That's not Perline Black. Maybe this is. That is not. Maybe it's in here. Oh, I think there it is. I was like, wait a minute. Where did that go? Let's see. Art and Michael, if you want to share some stuffs in the chat, you know the deal. Please go ahead. So we're just going to roll with this Perline Black here. Move you over there. Where you at? There, Perline Black. I don't know. I'm going to throw some. Come on, more of that. It's going to be some old-fashioned mixing here. It's almost like a panel line Galactica there. Or pin line Galactica. We are just going to mix all this stuff up here. Like you do. So Mijar, I hope that it's a little bit easier for you. I keep trying to start these things at around 10 on Saturdays. I was hoping that it does make it a little easier for folks to be able to hang out and such than the later stream times. So I'm just trying to get me some of this dark stuff down in here. That's good. Again, Mijar, the Saturday, that's kind of the one that I'm always targeting is the Saturday stream. But we'll try to now Thursday is almost inevitably going to be a late stream. It's kind of it. That is the nature of things. The Thursday stream going to be later. There's no doubt about that. That's how it's going to be for Thursday. Monday probably also going to have to be a later start time. It's the Saturday Friday ones. Those are the ones that I'm trying to maybe play around with a little bit. So Anzabal, since or Majar, since I only started basically Majar, the game started at Adepticon. That's when I first started working on the actual game itself, like hardcore working on it was at Adepticon. Oh, by the way, this is sap green. This here's sap green, baby. A little bit of Indian, and this is the Williamsburg Indian yellow. Here, we ain't messing around, Uber Yeti. We are not fooling around here. Great to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. And majority, another reason why there's been lots of changes is that this is supposed to be printable, like entirely printable for folks. So initially I had designed all these cards while I was at Adepticon, and then I realized, yeah, there's no way. Character cards against static things, that's okay. But anything that requires two sides, like a back, and to be shuffled, you don't want people having to print those out. So that's not going to work. So that's why I made changes to that sort of stuff. Went to the dice mechanic. I was trying to actually avoid the dice mechanic. That turned out to be, well, necessary. There's only going to be the characters that we have now: Arthur, Guinevere, Lancelot, Galahad, and Nimue, and then Morgan Le Fay, and of course, where's Mordred? Again, I got Merlin. Oh, and Merlin. I got Merlin. All the Merlin stuff downstairs, but there's Mordred, right there. So it will be months before there's anything that I can say, oh, look, here it's, and I wouldn't even say done. I would just say it's further along, because then there's that whole playtesting thing, and that will change things too. Inevitably, stuff's going to change once they start playtesting things. Mijar, you can always shoot me some messages there an Insta message or something like that, or Facebook messages, and you can just kind of say, "Hey, do you have any? You got some images of your latest, latest changes or something like that." And Majar, I really enjoy the story. The once and future king shall return in the hour of greatest need. It never said when, and it never said how. A guy in armor doesn't really make a whole lot of sense now, does it? But something in the digital cyberspace where you have nation states in conflict, people in it, so there's a lot of conflict in cyberspace, and there is an unseen war that humanity is not aware of. The Grail Code restores, the Grail Code rebuilds, the Grail Code unites. Mordred cannot destroy the truth, he cannot create truth, but he can multiply the truth. And what he tries to do is essentially tries to overload the mainframe, which is the Lady of Shalott. And as the mainframe, she sees everything. And should there be too much corruption, the mainframe shuts down. Did not take any specific art history classes at the academy. Obviously, a little bit of that was discussed. My favorite, actually, Majar. My favorite art period is the Pre-Raphaelites, and all of this Arthurian stuff and all the Celtic goddesses is all based on paintings that I did in the Pre-Raphaelite style. And these were paintings that I used to sell at Ren Fair, at Celtic Fest, that sort of thing, back in the day. Now let me go more into the sap green. More sap green up here. Like so. So Majar, even, let's see, where is, oh yeah, here we go. So this is the non-cyber version of Nimue. This is literally taken directly from one of my paintings. I mean, this is essentially my painting in 3D. I mean, it looks essentially identical to it. Well, the some of the reeds and stuff in the background, and some of the water here, obviously that has changed because it has to be printable. But then, of course, we also have our whole series of Celtic goddesses like Arianrod. Here's Branwen over here. Also have Maven Cuchulainn Majar. Yeah, so again, all of these. Let me see. It's easier. No, I was going to say it was easier to get that one. No, that's going to be too hard to get that figure. Oh, and of course, there is Cyber Nimue right there, and that's a tutorial series we've been working on. Let me see if I can grab Lancelot. So there is non-corrupted Lancelot right there. I'll say maybe it could be a week or two from now, maybe 2 weeks from now. That's when we start painting up basically the corrupted versions of the characters. And oh man, that's going to be real interesting when that happens. That is going to be real interesting because they are very, very intense. Like the corrupted version of Lady of Shalott, very, very intense. Now this has a whole bunch of red in it here, a whole bunch of red, but it's still gonna look kind of green, right? As we get it on the green knight here. So I'll try to, in a little bit, I'll try and show you the the comparison of the corrupted version of, again, Lady of Shalott versus uh, the one that you've seen already. Now that's it. That's pretty much straight up phthalo green right there. That is some phthalo green working its way into there. It's almost like a pre-glaze, but not a pre-glaze. It's not quite a pre-glaze. Get some more of that over here. All the way back in there. And of course, we got plenty of, we got Indian yellow. That will go in here now. Back to some of the asphaltum. Going kind of back and forth, forth and back. Just gonna grab me a little bit of my perline black mix here. Back this away. And of course, well, you know, we've we've been doing all of the bas reliefs for our characters too. These are super fun because, well, there's literally a painted backdrop. There's our Merlin. There's our Lady of Shallots there. There's our Onion Lady. And of course, here is our Cyber Excalibur. Get more bas reliefs there. Thanks, Mijar. Whoops, that doesn't go there. It's been really, really, really fun developing all these, and there's again new versions of characters. I don't have. Unfortunately, there's a whole bunch of them that are downstairs, like Guinevere. I've got 3 versions of Guinevere now. There's kind of the Guinevere at the height of her powers, Guinevere. There's corrupt Guinevere, and then there's sort of an in between. Nice to see you there, Camda. So yeah, Camda, this I just went into the bamboo slicer real quick, and I just said, all right, show me miniature holders. And one came up, and it was just this crossbar here, and it was much easier to deal with it. And because all I had to do was basically create a negative shape. This is all hollow on the inside, and this is glued together, and there's a whole bunch of counterweight in there. And by a whole bunch, I mean there's a bunch of pennies in there. There's a ton of pennies down in there. And of course, Camden, you want to share some linkies there in the chat? Please go ahead. And Mijar, there's a whole nother universe that I'm working on too. There's an entire other universe that nobody's, I think only like Armored Wolf and a few other people have even seen the concept images of it. This I'm also going to hit like at the 2-hour mark or something like that. I'll hit it with our not black is black. Mijar, I think there's probably about 20 cents worth of pennies in here. Now, that might be a bit much. But there's a lot of pennies in here. Suffice to say, to counterweight something like this, there's a lot of pennies in there. There's a bunch. So I think you can see, oh, and Cam did this. This is a heavy hitters palette right here. This is a not fooling around kind of palette. We got cadmium green even out here, Camda. When's the last time you saw cadmium green on a stream? Probably never. I'm not sure I've seen cadmium green on a show. Well, maybe like in the very early days. But other than that, yeah, I don't recall a whole lot of cadmium green showing up. Not quite. Also, this is actual phthalo green, actual sap green. Everybody check out the Instagram link there that Camden just shared. And of course, Mijar, if there's anything you're painting that you want to see, want people to see, please, you know, feel like you can post that too. So I was not able to get the test print going on the machine there because, well, the stream went about an hour, well over an hour longer than it was intended to. We had ourselves some late raids, which we appreciate, of course, but that also extended. I mean, it was supposed to be like a 4 hour, less than a, it was like maybe a 4 hour stream, and ended up being over 5 hours. Again, we appreciate all the raids and such. Again, this oh, and we did some mixing here, Cam. There's almost like Battlestar Galactica days. Yes, we had paint in a top there, a little bottle top, mixing that. And again, everybody, please give Cam to Paints a follow. So Cam to hopefully everything still is kind of on track. You know, after the incident with the router there. Gonna get me in. Again, this Indian yellow is the Williamsburg Indian yellow. That's the real deal there. That is not it's not one of our alkids or something. That's the genuine article there. So you can see this has really changed a whole bunch right now that we're starting to really fire in some of our darks here. I don't have chromium oxide green out here. I have the green earth that Armored Wolf brought back from Italia here. Oh, that is fantastic, Majara. You know, if you want to also too, Majara, if you want to send me pictures of stuff that you're doing, of course that would be super fun to see. Yeah, I would not mind seeing that. So if you wanna send pictures or something this way, that's fine. Yeah, it's a little bit of the asphalt. Some of our green here again. We're just trying to darken all this down, but also give it different flavors. You can see we got warmer flavors here. We got a cooler band over there. All kinds of stuff's happening. What do we want to do? We want to go warmer here? Well, maybe we'll split the diff. Like, look at this poor radiant green. It is literally surrounded. Look at this. There's like a border here. There's a tight border right there around that green, that radiant green. And again, all that's going to be, we're going to be putting lighter stuff over this. Just had to hit this first. Might even hit it a second time. All right, now we shall. And this is a genuine. Oh, this is Mars Violet. This is Mars Violet that we're using here. Smidge Terra Rosa there. Never too much medicine, right, Ms. Jar? People say, oh, you gotta be careful. No, never too much medicine. Enjoy the medicine there, Mijar. And that's basically it for the skinny tones. Now we're gonna go. Where's wow, there ain't a whole lot of space for this. Oh, and again we got cobalt teal bluish out on the palette. Camda, we've got cadmium green. I mean, it's only fitting, right, with the green night that we break out some of our heavy hitters here. What's fun, Camda, like I was saying earlier there, that his character is really, it's been one of those that evolved the most it was going to be something again much more, I don't want to say primitive, but it was going to be very kind of basic, and I'm much happier with this current version of the Green Knight. That did a little bit of Prussian blue, and again, this is the actual. This is genuine phthalo green. Camda, I think we've talked about it once or twice, right? Just the difference between the alkyd phthalo green, and no, I still haven't had a chance to get the alkyd resin there yet, Camda. Unfortunately, there's just too much other stuff I had to get. Like I was saying last night, the was it? I almost said the dot matrix printer. No, that'd be the laser printer. Unfortunately, funds had to go to stuff like that. I was looking forward to doing a color theory and oils episode with that for sure. Again, once I can try and when the Adepticon, yeah, that's it. When the class funds come in, then we'll try and snag that because I believe that's coming via PayPal, and well, that's what I use for Dick Blick, so I think that's what we'll do. Now you can see, look at we're doing some blending here, some wet blending with our blending brush, which used to actually have some paint on it just for a second ago. You know, I might let you get a little bit during there. Okay, yeah, let's just do that. I'll leave the back kind of as is. There's going to be a little bit of a glow here. A little bit of a glow over there too. We're just kind of just trying to establish some parameters here. Obviously, this sculpt is very different from the previous one. I will try. I spy with my little eye some asphaltum and this. And then we're gonna go over here like so. Also there. Starting to kind of give it a little bit more of a yellowish tint in a couple of places here. Move that out of the way. So we get a little combo there of the asphaltum and a little bit of the Mars Yellow Deep. So we got three of the Mars colors here. We got Mars Black, Mars Violet, Mars Yellow Deep. Yeah, boy, this feels so much better here. I mean, this is literally made for my hand, Camda. It feels so much better than everything else that I've had so far. I like this way better. Now, like I said, I already printed out 4 of them. I was thinking, Camda, that I might do a quick little printing workshop on how I made it. It is not. There's no rockets or science involved. It was pretty darn simple. And again, I just grabbed something that was already on, just sitting there, out on what was it? Just in the bamboo slicer. I opened up the bamboo slicer. It said search for models, so I said, all right, show me miniature holders. And I grabbed that again. I made it hollow on the inside. I kind of changed the dimensions of it, made it larger in some places. Did a lot of cutting. Now you can see some of the vines starting to change here. A little bit of Terra Rosa and the Mars Yellow Deep. Letting that mix with the green though. Want that to mix with the green. And again, we'll be getting some little bit of glowy stuff here and there. Not a lot. It's not going to be quite as intense of a glow for sure, as we've seen in other places. And of course, we love the Mars Yellow Deep because it's extreme opacity, like all the Mars colors. I mean, every single Mars color is off the charts opacity. Because they're all made from lovely oxides, aren't they, Camden? Very lovely oxides. So yeah, Major, those projects really sound sensational there. And again, I mean, if if you did want, if you wanted to share them or anything like that, if you can scare up some Insta posts on them or whatevs, and you want to share them in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Look at this. See, it's mixing with what is there. Right. So I did. This is hashtag no layers. Hashtag no layers. We're 41 minutes in. I mean, to give you an idea how big he is, this is an identical holder right here. And, I mean, you basically can't see the holder. That's how big it is. That's how big he is. And again, that's 41 minutes in here. So I might actually, oh, you know what? I might, because remember these bases, I made these myself too in the bamboo slicer. And actually, there is a video on how I made these plinth style bases here. So literally everything here in my hand is entirely made by me. Everything in my hand. The miniature holder, the figure, the plinth that he's sitting on, or the the plinth base, whatever you want to call it. That's 100% stuff made by me. And again, on the Patreon page, there's already videos showing you how I made this. There are, in effect, videos kind of showing you how I made things like the Green Knight. And then I will be doing a video on these holders here. As soon as I can, maybe late next week or something like that, I'll try to film that. No problem there. No problem there, Majar. Yeah, Majar, this pictures, I kind of have no choice but to always be, kind of, well, stop and take pictures, right? A little bit different for you, right? Oh, geez, Ryan. I know it's late there, but you're way closer to Wampoville than everybody else at this point, right, Ryan? So yeah, Ryan, I was just showing folks the holder here. And basically, the original file, it was very tall, it was very narrow, and this thing was like out to here. I chopped it down. I basically brought this down in here. I chopped off this part, chopped off this part. I cut this open. Now, I got the wrong piece. This actually belongs to another holder. So it's kind of, it doesn't fit as nice as this one does, but it's filled with pennies and other stuff in there, Ryan. So Ryan, why don't you share some linkies in the chat there? Why don't you share some linkies in the chat? So again, those are all Patreon videos. It's part of the printing workshop series there, Majar. Yeah, it's all part of the printing workshop series. Now, Ryan, were you going to get an early start back Sunday? Or are you you're going to try and catch some more? Oh, hey, Ryan, did you enter anything in the painting contest? Good grief. Sorry, Ryan. I've been meaning to ask you that since Friday. Everybody check out that link to Ryan's oil painting there. Ryan does some fabulous... Ryan also sculpts some figures too. All the Fallout stuff. Right, Ryan? So again, everybody check out what Ryan's doing there. well, yeah, actually, Ryan, I was messaging John and Paul today. I was just telling them sorry that I couldn't be there. So again, I think I forget how many of those figures that you made there, Ryan. I think it was 20. Was it 27 or 37? I don't know why that number sticks out in my head. It could be wrong, but I know you made a substantial amount of figures. Also, I was going to again for that next Army Painter series. I was going to try and make some vehicles for that. So, because we've never done something like that, it was effectively be like a tank platoon. However, I was thinking grav tanks because what's episode 1 of every Army Painter series? The basing. If we have grav tanks, then well, basing is a thing. It may not be terribly elaborate, but it would still be a thing. So almost was that game? I don't even know if people still play it. Was it Drop Zone Commander? Because there was Drop Fleet Commander. Now again, there's gonna be some glowy stuff on these things too. Nice to see you there, Altfax. Nice to see you. So happy Saturday there, Altfax. Hope that you're doing well. Of course, Altfax, you want to share some stuff that maybe you're doing in the chat as well. Don't feel like you can't do that. I'm going to try and make this a darker green here. There we are. Now we're talking there. Okay. Might even go, yeah, okay, fine. I'm going to go heavier with that. I will go darker. Maybe a little darker in there too. Alt facts, there was definitely some progress made in a few areas. There was a bunch of design elements that I kind of changed in the game. Again, part of it is a replayability thing because what was happening is it would be a really neat thing to play once, maybe twice. Beyond that, be like, what's the point? Once I realized that then we started doing some changes, and then also too, it's a balance. You say, okay, we want the whole game to be printable. The big change was in the tokens because I realized you would essentially have to print almost 2 of every single tile. And by 2 of every single tile, well, there's repeats of a lot of tiles. So you would potentially be printing out dozens and dozens of tiles. And I went, well, okay, that's crazy. And that shifted to let's use tokens. Well, that meant tokens had to be designed and redesigned. So yeah, that's where we lost. That's what I was going to be printing was I'm going to just print up the tokens I already have for a test print. Until I went, yeah, those tokens, they were great for that other methodology, but not for this new methodology. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Altvex shared. Great to see you there, MTLs. MTLs, if you want to let folks know what's going on, the GK and SC, you know the deal. You know the deal. Please go ahead. And, of course, do that, MTLs. And MTO is again, if you're thinking of maybe doing some streaming or something like that in the coming months, just Just let everybody know. Ooh, you know what? I'm gonna try. Okay, well, first we're gonna do this. Wait a moment, one sec. Gonna do this. I want to have him have glowing green eyes, cadmium green. Oh, here we go. Yes, yeah, Ryan. This is the Doomsday palette, semi-Doomsday palette at least. We got cadmium green out here. We got cobalt teal bluish. I'm gonna do it right here. Look at this. We got cadmium green. Gonna go boom there. Also over there. So we got the cadmium greens going. Look at that. Ah, okay. Because I wasn't sure, MTellies, if you had, if there was a new game system or something like that that you were thinking about streaming. Because I know you work with like a bazillion of them there. Obviously doing all the different stuff. I'm gonna start doing a little something here. Just so some of our glazy stuff. And remember, this is not Alkids here. For this stuff to set like this, that meant we had to have put a minimal amount of paint on here if it's going to set like this. Well, this is I think it's Cad Green Light Altfax, so it is hyper warm. It's got a lot of yellow in it. I think I got the tube sitting around here somewhere. Oh, it was there. Now it's kind of buried. 1 second. Is this it here? Nope, that is not it. Yeah, I might not be able to drag that out for you there. I thought I had it. Easy to reach. Oh my gosh. Look at this. I found the Terror Verte. Dare we put some of this out there? Oh, what the heck. Maybe we do. So sorry I can't find the cadmium green. But it's cadmium green light. That's all I know. I'm curious. Or if this thing will even open. Oh, where can we put this thing? Fine, I'll put it over here. That is one grainy color. I mean, for the Scary Green Knight, we have Terror Verte. We also have a little bit of a mini hype train here for MTellies. One second here. Let me wipe some of this stuff off. I see a whole bunch of paint sitting on the palette there, or on the table. That's going to get on me. Little mini hype train there. MTellies. In fact, that's a Windsor Newton color, so only Series 4. It's not a Williamsburg or anything like that. Oh, did I shove that in here? No, I did not. But again, sorry, I wish that I had it easily reachable here, but it is just not easily reachable. I also have sap green out there. Is this it? Nope, that is not it either. Oh, wait a minute, here it is. So there it is. Well, not just straight up cadmium green, Series 4 Gamlin, sorry. Series 4 Gamlin. And again, everybody please give MTellies a follow if you could. That'd be fabulous. Also, again, check out what Altfax posted. So, Ryan, I'm guessing that you're just about to head to sleep then. Now, of course, I'm guessing that you'll both be taking turns piloting the ship there. So I don't want to keep you up too late here, Ryan. I know you got to get yourself some sleep to be ready to rock and roll there. But I appreciate you being here, Ryan. Like always. And Again, like we said before, everybody please check out what Ryan posted there in the chat. Some really, 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 really nifty miniatures. Come on, that was a little thicker than we wanted right there. Oh wow, Ryan, that's extra fabulous. Are you looking at something like between 7.5 and 9 or something there, Ryan, on that traverse? I'm only used to going on diagonals there, Ryan. That's a little bit more straight. I'm always thinking, diagonals up to White Bear Lake, all the way through Wisconsin and stuff. Diagonals down to ReaperCon. Actually, Arda Michael, well, you shared your stuff in the chat there, right, Arda Michael? Now, I wasn't sure if ReaperCon, if you got things a little bit more settled for ReaperCon, or is it like you'll know ReaperCon the day before? Wow, geez, Ryan, holy smokes, that's fantastic. Yeah, see, Ryan, it's the straight across. There's not a whole lot of north-south, right, Ryan? It's mostly east and west. Yeah, completely forgot about that. Oh, by the way, what I'm putting on here is essentially like a light middle tone. All this is doing here is just kind of tinting this stuff. Because yeah, to if you don't stop basically and you go, shall we say, faster than the speed limit, it's still going to take you about 8 hours to get from here to White Bear Lake. Clearly, that is going to be fun. Now here we go. Candinium green. Bam! Look at that. We did use this on one of the the Zygamores. Remember the Zygamores? Yes, we used that on one of the Zygamores. Now, also, Ryan, I wasn't sure if you were if you had a chance to hear the conversation we were having about dioramas and shadow boxes. And kind of, one of the little consensuses was maybe that a shadow box where the figure is entirely separate from the background, like no part of the main figure or figures can be part of the like attached to the background directly, then it kind of constitutes a diorama. Like the Galadriel mirror pool one where she's literally walking down the stairs, not attached at all to the backdrop. Oh, that's right, Ryan. That's right. You're probably like 30 some odd minutes away from me. That's right. You're saving some extra time there too. I mean, Naperville is not exactly, Los Angeles or something like that, but it's not exactly next door. Yeah, I'm gonna keep rolling with a little bit more of the Candidium green or cadmium green. I mean, we like the Roman pronunciation of it. And even that is still going to get lighter there. Even that. Man, I don't remember the last time I've been out there, Ryan. I could not tell you. Now here, this is I almost said rare earth. This is that green earth again, that armored wolf brought back from Italia there. Seeing what we can do with that. And again, that's very much a kind of almost like a neutral green by comparison. And again, everybody please give M. Chellies a follow while you're at it. I'm putting that up here. Putting that up here. Now, we'll see what happens with that Terror Verte. That was not something I was going to put out on the palette till I saw it, and I went, all right, challenge accepted. Fine. Actually, now that I'm seeing this, maybe this should be, well, not necessarily a color theory in oils, but it should be one of our painting large scale, which would be sort of like a de facto color theory in oils. You know, I might just, well, no, let's start fooling around with this over here. I will take this. Well, okay, here we go. Wow. Oh my gosh. That is beyond translucent. I would say it's the Indian yellow of greens, but it's a little bit weak for that. My God, it disappears. It's like it's not even there. But let's see what happens if we use it in a glazy fashion. I also added some of the black to it there, Valfira. So Valfira, I think I sent you a few things, right? I think I sent you some pictures of some stuffs. There actually was a bunch of progress made, Valfira, on a number of fronts. I'm hoping that maybe you're also making the. I mean, it's going to be slow progress, right, Valfira? But hopefully you're making some progress there. Now, is it okay? This has started to set now, and we got a semi-doomsday palette out here, Valfira, and I actually did. I decided to fool around and put a little bit of Terror Verte out there. Yes, there is a tiny bit of Terror Verte out on the palette. Not even sure how much of it we're really even going to use. I just tried using some up there. I mixed it with the black. Oh, and check this out, Valfrid. I did send you pictures of these. Yeah. So these are the new holders, which are made for my hand. So for folks, if I put these files on the Patreon page, you might want to print these smaller for yourself, because with most people, their fingers come up to here. That's about where the average person's finger stops, is the end of that digit right there. So you might want to print those out a little smaller for yourself. Just throwing that. Make sure when you look at that build plate, you look and see just how big that thing is. Now, Velfira, I was actually trying to find the cadmium green for Ultfax there to see which one it was, and I happened to run across that, Velfira. And it is every bit as nonsensical as you would think. There's like nothing to it. Now again, we were thinking of doing a little bit. Look at that. That's not dry, but it sure looks like it's dry. Look at this. See, we're getting a little bit of glowy there going on. Look at that. Where do I have it here? Yeah. There it is. Terror Verte. Gonna give me a little smidge again. Not a ton of this glow here. I don't want a bunch of it. I just wanted a little flavor. Something small, something simple. A little more right underneath the axe there. Let me do this here. Oh, geez, you know what I forgot to do, Ryan? Well, you're probably already heading off to sleep there. I forgot to shoot Paul and Christine a message. The Get Out the Lead folks were there, right, Ryan? That's I gotta remember to shoot them a message. At least a safe travels back home message. Yeah, Velfira. Let me see. I think okay. Here we go. So I stuck pennies and rocks and all kinds of stuff. I did put some noise dampening stuff in there, and yeah, the original one was like this tall. It was like half as wide, and obviously I did this cut. I cut this here so that we could stick the bottom on there. And to give you an idea again how big this guy is, and again, large hand. This is perfect for my hand. For other folks, that might be too big. So again, if you're on the Patreon page and I just happen to include that file or something like that, you just want to print it as is. Make sure it is not too large, because that is a giant file. As far as the physical size, the file size is not all that big at all. Velfair, I've gotten so used to printing in that .08 layer height that I had like 4 of these on there, and it said it was going to take a couple hours or maybe like 3 hours or something. I went, what the heck is going on? I thought I did something wrong. That's how used I've gotten to printing out in the high layer or the high detail layer height. Now, Velfira, when pennies, all of us, the copper, right? The copper in the pennies has some value there, Velfira. We'll hack these things open. They're like little piggy banks. They're little piggy banks, Velfira. They're the perfect place to hide money. It's better than cryptocurrency, right, Velfira? You can't hack this. Yeah, you can't hack these paint holders slash paint holder and also piggy bank. Will the innovations ever cease, Camden? You know what? No, I'm not. I was gonna zoom in for a second. I think we'll wait. I can just about start working on the face too. I was also trying to work on some cyber dryads. I get some of this stuff would be for potential again expansions. I still want to work in the Celtic goddesses too. Okay, over here, I'm gonna use the same stuff to start doing some patterns over there, and again we'll get some of our yellow stuff rocking and rolling here too. This certainly needs to be later. Let that mix with what's already there. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page where I just hopefully people got the army painting tutorial last night or early this morning. I think it was something like 5:36 in the morning when I sent that thing out. So hopefully folks got that. On Sunday, I will film the final episode here of our Cyber Nimue. So you'll see more of it infused, Valfira. Again, he's not a player character. He's more infused in the system, and we wanted to have more of an ancient look to him. So he was not meant to have as much of the cyber stuff. But there's all kinds of circuitry that's infused in here. Valfira, you just haven't seen it yet. We're 1 hour 9 minutes in, and all of his axe blade is all infused with the with all kinds of digital stuff there. Let me do this more over here. And that is actually Valfira. I think I'll send you this picture of Valfira after the stream. I do believe, Valfira, that Flat Thursday is going to be like true Flat Thursday, as in a painting, not a bas relief. Nothing that I think it's going to be a painting. Again, it depends if it fits on screen. If fitting it on screen means doing it as a bas relief, well, then we do it as a bas relief. But I was kind of hoping to do it as a painting. But I'll see what happens in bas relief form. We'll see how that works out. Again, I don't really think it will in bas relief anyways. There's just too much stuff. Come on. It's a little too much. We'll just do that and blend some of it away. Like you do. Maybe have that a little later too. Here we go. Some of this yellow. I might even roll in some of the not radiant violet there. So again, take a look at the references in the corners there, Valfira. And you will see that the shape of the axe is an axe, but the actual axe is, once we start putting all the cyber elements on that, not going to look terribly ancient anymore. I know they're hard to see if you're looking at a phone. There we go. Now we're starting to pick up some of the edges on this. Just like was it Morgan Le Fay's cloak with all of the freehand on it, that most of it was not there. Same thing like Lancelot's cloak, right, with the crazy cyber dragon on it there. Part of it is we want to give some folks a little bit of flexibility, where maybe they want to paint this up as non-cyber. So not having a whole bunch of that infused already into the axe gives them an option. So yeah, Belfield. Well, I can actually zoom in on this. So when I actually am painting the digital stuff in there, I'll zoom in on it, just like I'll zoom in on his face and such. Right here, I'm just trying to again get the feel for what's going on out here. And was it 1 hour 13 minutes? That's it. Now again, this is that crazy green. I'm gonna mix. I'm just mixing white with this green earth, so it's very much a kind of a dingy greenish gray here, right next to cadmium green. I'm not joking. That is right next to cadmium green. I might mix some of this green earth in with the skin tone, sort of like we did on. Where is she hiding? Yeah, we used the green earth on this one too, because that was one of the Italian colors that Armored Wolf brought back. So Valfira, again, he is a non-player character. He is a non-player character, so he's not really subject to that. Now that might change, Valfira. That could change depending on mechanic. Again, even the baseball game that I was working on, there were many changes made. I think you heard the story of there was the pickoff table. Yeah. That one stupid, like, not just secondary, that was like a fourth level chart. That thing had to be changed about a dozen times, and people were almost getting into fistfights over a stupid chart that you may never even use in a game. So that's again, if anybody's ever designed games, you know that that's kind of how it goes. That is very much prototypical game design there. I mean, to this day, they still talk about the near brawl that happened over a stupid chart. Again, that in a lot of games might never even be used. Now, the character of the Green Knight has already undergone, like I said earlier, a whole bunch of changes. At first, he was just kind of a well, he's still very neutral. He takes no sides whatsoever because he can help or hinder either side. Sometimes both at the same time. Now again, in here, that is going to be some of our blue, and also here, even in the axe handle, there's going to be some stuff. Now, I'm going to try this here. We got, man, it is hyper translucent. I'm mixing some of the, not radiant violet with it here. Well, that's kind of, I mean, that's not nothing. However, it's oh, that one. What was the color that we made? It was one of those color theory and oils episodes. Again, that's the violet, and that's the crazy Terror Verte. I'm just trying to give him some gloves there, essentially. No, I'm gonna go more with the even more with the violet here. Let me break that down some more. Getting a bit of light on his fingers here. His thumb, back of the hand. We won't go any lighter with that yet. Now let's start doing some stuff on the skinny tones here. Start doing some stuff on those. Like I said, I'm bringing in some of the green into the skin tone there. These is about to get lighter here for sure. Bring it down this away. Where are we at with this? I was like, that's not quite the skin tone I was thinking. It was over here. Nope, Velfira. Like I said, I was digging around to find the cadmium green to show Altfax because I thought it was a Winsor Newton. Turns out it was a Gamlin. And I reached and I'm like, what the heck is this? And there it was. It was almost like a Balrog Velfira. Yeah, I was digging too deep into the paint tray there and found a Terror Verte. That's what happens when you dig too deep and too greedily, right, Velfira? You run across Terror Verte. But I wasn't kidding a little while ago, Velfira, when I said, you know what? I think we might do this as a three-part series and kind of use it as a bit of a color theory in oils for greens and like all different kinds of greens. Now there's actually no floral green or anything like that in the eyes. Now what I'm going to do is do a little bit of a phthalo green there in a sec. Little bit of phthalo green mixed with the cadmium green. And it's not cadmium green light or deep or anything like that. It's just cadmium green. That's what it says on the bottle or on the tube there. We already sort of did that, Velfairy. Remember the oh god, it was that five. I don't know if it was a five-part series, but remember the oh gosh, Signum Games. Those Dark Angel, the Deathwing Terminators or whatever, Valfira. I don't know if you remember those guys. We did some of them on stream too. Oh, and then the Deathwing bikes. That was a Vehicles Workshop. That's right. Also, too, there's going to be a Vehicles Workshop. Well, with vehicles that I made in it, because reasons. Oh wow! I was thinking Indian yellow and look at this, man. That is one heck of a color right there. My goodness, that is wild. That is going to go in here. Then we'll come back with our Candidium green in a second here. Let me get a little bit more of the. There we go. Also there. Now, so Velfir, I have to remember to get because I was gifted a one of those trash cans with the lid that close. You step on it, opens the lid, and then it closes back down again. That turned out to be really, really, really good for all of the paper towels and refuse from the printing rooms. So I got to get one now for the other printing room. I keep forgetting to do that. Even this is not our latest light yet. Get in there. That might have covered a little too much. Hey there, Tundra Crusher. How you doing? Everybody, please give maybe Tundra Crusher a little bit of a follows there. So, Tundra Crusher, you want to share some stuffs in the chat. I know you're lurky there, but maybe you want to share some stuff. Great to see you, and of course, wow. I've been doing this for almost an hour and a half, Elfira, and I can still say with time to spare that it is a happy Saturday. Heavens to Murgatroyd there, Valfira. My goodness. There we go. So yeah, this is a whole bunch of like paper towels. What do you call those things? The filter things. Because well, I instituted the new policy, which I wish I had done all along, of basically emptying out the vat after every single print. And that's Saturn vat, Velfira. Yeah, it's a good thing that I've been buying a whole bunch of resin to go in there because I do believe that the Saturn vat is something like it's like an Olympic-sized swimming pool. Yeah, that's the nearest comparison I can say to, the vat from a Saturn 12K printer to the Anycubic Mono X, which that's not a small printer. Let's put it this way: it is more than big enough to print up two of him at once. I mean, I could print up two of him and probably something else. Velfira, basically, unfortunately, I had to sacrifice a bunch of stuff that I wanted to do, like get the first test print going with the Anycubics in the new room. That's just gonna have to wait till after the stream. I also had to do some yard stuff too. Now I haven't really done a whole bunch of stuff back here yet. This is also going to be some digital stuff here. We've just kind of been waiting on that. You can see there's still some shiny going on there. That's why we've been waiting. We've been patient. We have not been hasty hobbitses. So yeah, sadly we were no less far behind today. But we just said, okay, well, we just won't do this, this, and this thing. I'm telling you, this. I keep wanting to call it rare earth because another batch of those magnets came in today. But this is that green earth that Armored Wolf brought back from Italia there. I think I'm going to print me out at least another batch of these tonight. Oh, the other thing I was going to do, Cam, I was going to create, uh, what we just say, basically game piece holders, right? Some 3D printed. I think that's another kind of popular thing, right? That people look up on, like My Mini Factory, Cults 3D and stuff. Token organizer type things. Yeah, once I have all of the tokens and tiles kind of finalized, I'm going to actually make a thing that I can print out to hold all those. I'm just going to take that, and we're just going to, again, smush that around. Same over here, going to smush that around. Same over here, going to smush that around. Blending brush, blending brush. And again, this is 86 minutes. Yes, we're not measuring anything in hours yet. We're measuring in minutes still. And that is it. 86 minutes so far. Now go a little bit more into Terra Rosa. Here, a little more Terra Rosa. And there will be, again, some more digital element. You know, I'm going to start zooming in here. I think we can get that zoom in going. Yeah, let's do that. Where are we at with this? Okay, over here. A little more light on the snoot there. A little more light there. And now I might go violet. And some of that. Let me see how that is. That too grayish? Too grayish. Well, now it's almost going to be green. Well, it's going to be greenish gray. So there you go for his mustachio and his beard. So there's no cards, Major. There's just the character cards. That's it. It's the it's this kind of stuff here. Now again, the tokens, they're going to be so all the tokens are going to be round. They're going to be more like this, and then there's going to be much larger hex tokens. So if this is a corrupted tile, there's a big hex token that goes on this. And then there's going to be a bunch of dice because, again, instead of cards, Mijar, it's much easier to do dice if it's going to be a printable thing. Oh, here you go. Oh, Mijar. Mijar, you just struck on something. You actually came up with a fantastic idea, Mijar. I'll give you a guess. I'll give you a guess of what I should make. I'll give you a hint. You're one of your first words there, castle and tower. So castle tower. I'll give you a little chance to guess at what I think you will also be in agreement that that could be a fun thing. I'll just see if you can guess what the idea you just came up with. Which I don't know why in the world I didn't think of it like first. But holy smokes! Again, I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a hint. There you go. There's your hint. There is your hint. Let's see what you do with it. Yes, indeed, Mijar. How about a Cyberthuria dice tower? Because you don't have to have just one. And here, let me see if I can bring this out here for you. So you see these spires of Camelot? The chess set. That's right. Yeah, I was designing those for the chess set. That's it, Mijar. We gotta have a dice tower. I have no idea how to do that.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
Kathy and I, we each made dice towers ourselves out of foam. Yeah, out of pink foam. How you doing there, Sai? Ah, so you wouldn't happen to be familiar with a gent named Treebeard, would you? Always like, yeah, well, he's not so happy about my new tool here. He's like, yeah, I really wouldn't show him that. He's like, I don't know, whatever it was, he got all kind of ornery. Well, he is kind of, I think he's allergic to axes. Yeah, he's allergic to axes. Thank you so much, Sai. Now, we had back-to-back Gandalf sixes the other night. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Treebeard must have had something to do with that. So thank you so much, Sai, for the follow. Appreciate that. So yeah, Majar, um, Kathleen, now she made a Nurgle dice tower. She actually used, what was that stuff? Like great stuff. And it was kind of like all bubbling and stuff like that. It looked very much like, and I still have that dice tower here. Mine was a much simpler dice tower. It was part of a Blood Bowl stadium, believe it or not. It was like built into the grandstands because it was the Royale Casino. Yeah. Now, I'm gonna have to look into how our dice tower is designed. Is it gonna be a simple thing or does it have interior baffles? Generally, there's like two baffles, right? There's one that goes this way, and then there's one over here. So the dice come in like straight down here, baffle, baffle, boom, out they go. But Majar, I mean, it would look fantastic, and actually would be kind of handy, I think. I don't think that would be the worst thing in the world to have. All kidding aside, I can. I think there might be a bit of a painting opportunity too. Now, what was? Was it? An Argonath. Yes, I think it was Slurry Factory or whatever. I printed out the Argonath dice tower, and I did actually throw some paint on that. That was super fun. So Major, so Valfira, you see what I mean? You see how things change on a dime. Dice Tower was not something I was thinking about. That was never in the realm of conversation. But yes, it would be kind of a spire because actually, well, I was thinking about doing what would you say, like a 1/1 millionth scale sort of city of Camelot, a printable Camelot. It would be very small, kind of like those like Minas Tirith dioramas you see that kind of fit well on a round plinth like this. So yes, we will try to design. Now, hey there, Conrads. How you doing? Great to see you. Happy Sunday there, Conrads. No, unfortunately I don't. Well, let me see. I wonder here. Let me see if I can find this for you. Now again, and by the way, this is, I think I'm going to try and paint this on Flat Thursday, like genuinely Flat Thursday, unless we get a really neat bas relief out of it. But I'm looking for some, for something else here. Oh, here we go. You can sort of see it here in the background. So there's your Cyber Camelot. So the dice tower would kind of look a little bit like that right there. And obviously we want to have digital elements in it too. Gonna have to, so that combination of the two. And again, Sai, thank you so much for that follow. That is, of course, appreciated. Thank you so much. Actually, that's really good, Majar, because I wanted to make that little terrain piece kind of thing. Again, more like a little mini, tiny diorama, but that's more functional. So I like that idea of, again, a basically, instead of just a decorative thing, it would actually have function. Yeah, that's going to be super fun. So thanks, Majar. Appreciate that. Yeah, that was definitely not part of the original plan, but I think it is well worth it. Now, I will, when I go grab the some more medicine, I am going to head skedaddle downstairs and grab the Merlin figures. Oh, you know what? Let me see if I think here's another. Okay, let me go back this way right here. Ah, here we go. Oh, this is another thing that the Saturn. This wouldn't fit. There's even, with this separate from the base, there's no way I could print this on the Anycubics, but that'll fit on the Saturn. So there's that again. There's the concept right there. Come on, stop fooling around. There we go. So again, yeah, who knows? This could actually make an interesting dice tower too. Who knows? So yes, we're going to be doing definitely do some Spires of Cyber Camelot there. So now it's not just going to be like a piece of terrain or something. We also have to think in terms of printability here. Designs are one thing, printability is another, and those two, well, as I have learned many times, they're not always cohesive. Sometimes they have their own agendas. Sometimes they just say, no, you thought you were going to be doing this. This is what's actually going to happen. Now we got to get a nostril over here. We're kind of missing one. There we go. And also that needs to be definitely lighter there. Now I think this is set enough where I can start to play around with some of the digital elements on it. Again, we're rolling with cobalt teal bluish. No manganese blue, none of that stuff. Cobalt teal bluish. Wanted the intensity of that. We got the intensity of that. Go it this way. And then that. And let's start to make ourselves nice little digital elements here. And again, that's where this is going to be transformed from an axe to, again, something that looks quite digital here. Circuitry. Should come down like this. But it also needs a little hints of some knotwork in it. Little different pathways and such here. boy, at some point, Velfair, I've got to. I have to find that one picture of me with the my Indianapolis 500 Speedway that I made when I was a kid. I gotta find that, Velfair. All made out of modeling clay. Now this is gonna be another element here that's gonna come up this way. Oh yeah, come up that way. Then down again. I want to make this also repeatable for the other side too. Now I'm going to straighten that out. Now we'll try to carry that over this way. Actually, this is going to go away. Not a fan of this right here. Guess we'll have to do that with. There's our Prussian blazers. Again, that phthalo green. That is genuine phthalo green right there. That's not. There's no alkyd there. Mm-mm. All right, let's try that. I guess I don't need to be cleaning off the brush quite so fast here since these aren't all alkyds. That's right. So that is going to come out this way. Another one that comes out over here. And now we're going to be doing some of that up there, some of this circuitry stuff here. And that comes out to about here and then moves down like that. And there. I think if we do this right here, that should pretty much mirror what we got. Well, if it doesn't hit the base, it may mirror the other side. Comes up and over like so, I think. Yep, there we are. Oh, and by the way, this is nowhere near our lightest light either. We can most definitely get lighter than this. Now, I'm going to try this. Going across like so. That might have to let that set for spell there before. We'll maybe wait till we get our fast mat weight out for that. But first, we gotta start doing again some more of our circuitry lines here, because we got this gonna happen. Gonna go up like this. Another line over here, another one over there. And again, if we don't like it, we can just eliminate that and do something else. So then I'm not super sold on what's happening with that. I might do something more like, yeah, here, let me, maybe, okay, we'll leave that in there. This is almost a bit like lines of judgment right here. Little lines of code written into the axe. Like that. Making a more of a diamond shape there. Yeah, oh, here, let's bring it over here. Make it even lighter. This would be for some of our screens over here too. So again, we're what, still only 1 hour 46 minutes in here. That's it. Not even 2 hours in. That's the power of the oil paints. Now, of course, I did paint one other version of him. It was very different. Pose was kind of the same, and it was, he had the sword there. But definitely enjoying the axe here. Yes, indeed. Maybe carry that all the way down to there. That's going to come out here. If that's the case, I'm going to change this back then. Gonna get rid of you. Ah, now we're talking. Now we're talking. There we go. We're getting it figured out, Valfira. We're starting to get it figured out. And still don't have our fast mat weight out here yet either. Have not utilized that. That's what was going to go in here. No, that needs to be more. Well, here, let's just get some more of that paint off of that brush before we keep fooling. There we are. That is what I wanted there. Now we'll start doing the edge of it here. The edge of the axe out here. More this edge. Again, that's going to give it more of a crystal look there. Same on this side. So, well, that sort of changed. That went from an axe to quite the cyber implement there. We'll still try that. We'll still try that there. I could take the yeah. We'll do that maybe later. Is we'll take the cobalt teal bluish and maybe go over the top of those a little, sort of like what we do with the manganese blue, a little dry brushy like that. Tilt you over this way. I gotta get at this. This way, then it comes down and then over. So yeah, Velfair, I'll send you some pictures there of the new tile stuff and the new tokens. Very happy about the new tokens. I think it's gonna be way easier to see what's going on because I realized, okay, if you're flipping tiles over, I just remember playing. What was that game called? Star Trek Ascendancy. And it was real easy to bash something into those tiles, and then they're just like totally verschmizzled after what, like a 5 hour game there or something. Cammed it, and all of a sudden, something bashes into a tile and shifts the entire board. Yeah, we don't want that. And I think the less fooling around of, you don't want it to be like, okay, I'm going to take out this tile and put a corrupted one in its place. I'm like, that's lunacy. How about just dropping a token on there? And the only reason it even occurred to me is that, well, I was trying to print out the tiles, and I was like, holy smokes, this is going to be a lot of tiles that I got to print out here. And I said, yeah, you know what? How's about we minimize the tiles a little bit? That turned out to be a real, real good plan. And also, too, the tokens are all uniform shapes, which I think it'll make it a lot easier to fit them on a build plate, too. Because every single, I wanted them to have unique shapes because that was going to designate the character. Of course, people, they can be painting these if they want. They can just spray them. Okay, so and so is going to be like, well, green, or so and so is going to be more red, so and so is going to be more blue, whatever. Nimue more of a cyan or whatever. Again, trying to do a little bit of kind of circuitry patterns here. Such as there, who knows, maybe we change this a little bit too. I think, is there one? No, there's not one. Oh, the other one had one back there. That's right. So again, I do remember the other one, and that was fun to paint. Again, he had a big old sword. But after he sold, I went, you know what? I was just going to print another one. I said, I kind of like the idea as we get kind of back into more of our cobalt teal bluish up here. I kind of like the idea of changing that to an axe. So that's a bit too much of the green. I want to try and get more of the cobalt teal bluish here. There we go again. Now it looks a little bit more, even more luminous, more crystal-like here. Where's my phthalo green, Prussian blue. Mix again to tighten this up. Some more. Maybe take that out. And there. Well, now we'll leave that be for a little bit there. This is where we'll throw a little bit of the cobalt teal bluish up there just to tone some of that down a little bit. We'll take this, and this is where we're gonna again do some, not that. Okay, that one goes away. Get rid of that. Try this again. Now we're talking, I think. Okay, this way. A bit, a bit like the pattern in the axe. So obviously, kind of want to have it as linear as possible. That comes down like this. Another couple down like that. Maybe something light like that. And then it spreads out a bit more here. Almost, almost kind of like almost like an axe pattern there. And kind of come down like this, and then straight down. That needs to get straightened out. So I'm going to push that, clear that out a little bit. Okay. Maybe it... No, let me do that. Straight down. Maybe that also goes straight across with a branch. And now let's see what happens when we go lighter on this. Perhaps maybe some thinner. Let me see what happens when we actually get some thinner on this. Almost like we've got some nodes right here. Again, that could still be made much lighter. Much later. Other side. Down this away, and then maybe we wait a little bit and then come back with some of our, again, that cobalt teal bluish to tone some of that down. All right, so now we're starting to kind of feel the cyber vibes now. Again, it's not necessarily entirely, every part of him very identifiably cyber. The whole idea of this is that it's a cross between the two. Maybe lighten that up a little too there. Okay, now we're gonna really start to, I think, figure out what how light can we go on the perimeters here. Now I might also again pretty soon just gonna go refresh that medicine, and I will maybe grab some more of my white there too, because that's just about gone. And we're gonna start to get some light. Actually, here, let me mix a little bit of that yellow in there. Let's see what we get here. Again, kind of broke that down a little. And even that is, in some areas, that's still going to be a bunch lighter there. Hey there, Dwarving. How are you doing? That should be super fun there, Dwarving. Let's see. The very first Blood Bowl team I ever scoped actually was a team of Chaos Dwarves. Because, well, I did not have the funds to get all the old metal. This is way back in the day, the old metal, the bull centaurs and such. So I just kind of sculpted all that myself. So that sounds like it's going to be a super fun project there, Dwarving. Actually, yeah, Dwarving, if you got any work in progresses or something like that that you might want to share of that, please go ahead. Also, too, we'll probably be coming back maybe with at least some darker midtones, if not some genuine darks in here too. Well, in fact, we definitely will down over here to kind of really create uh, some solid edges and such. Now, before we get to here, let me also get a little bit of this reflected on our green knight here before we get too far into all this other stuff with the yellows and everything. Let's make sure we get a little bit of that reflected on here before I get too happy. Well, Dwarving, glad that you got yourself a super fun project. Super fun project to work on. Again, if that gets too light, I can always tone that back down again. Try to infuse a little bit more of our light there on, are these roots or are they fiber optic cables? Where's our Cyber Bridget here? Kind of the same thing here with Cyber Bridget, with the infusion of all the fiber optic cables in her there. Now again, the stuff that's closest to our glowy screens here should definitely have some of this lighter turquoise on it, no doubt. this. No, no. That's better. There's way more of these roots right around here than I thought there was at first glance. All the way up. Nah, that was too much. We'll have to come back. Well, again, we're going to be coming back with our dark to kind of set a few edges there anyways, so not a big deal. Almost forgot to get a little bit of our cobalt teal down in there. Because we have it on this side. Better have it on the other side. Let me do this. There. Whoops. Again, that was another one that went a little wonky. Oh, look at that. Easy enough to fix. Very easy. Take the paint out of there and we'll ahead. This one. Is this our perline black? I think it is. Fine, I'll just mix that in there with it. Don't care. That is very much now a grayish green, also a bit lighter though. More of the violet mixed with our green. There you go. So I mean, look at that. That happened quick. That escalated quickly. That didn't take very long at all. To the and let me take some of this yellow here. Talking about a nurgly brown there. We're gonna get more of that yellow. Mix it with the green earth. That's again that color, the Italian color there. Lighten this up too. There we are. So yeah, we're what a little over 2 hours in here. I still want to get me some more dark over here. Yeah, okay, let's do that. Let's start doing that. Let's get some darker, edgy stuff. The green, some of the black, and in we go now to really hit some. Yeah, we need to strengthen up some edges here. We're not doing outlines. That we're not doing. We are trying to strengthen up some edges though. Shapes, not lines. Take that away. Nice to see you there, Doji. So Doji, we've got quite the palette out here. We have cobalt teal bluish. Yeah, that's all mostly cobalt teal blue, but there's also genuine phthalo green out there, Doji. Um, minimal alkyds. Minimal alkyds here. And Doji, why don't you share some of your fabulous oil painted stuff in the chat? We even have Italian Terra Verte out here, Doji. Again, Mijar, I'm just real glad that that project is going well. Oh, and of course, Doji, speaking of projects, yeah, that's really loving the buildings. I mean, I think they're really fantastic. And again, Doji, if you want to share some stuff there, please go ahead, like always. There you go. Everybody, check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared, and of course, Doji. Well, look, this is genuine sap green right here. My one-to-one terrain scale project. After the stream, We'll be doing a test print there. We shall see. Actually, two. um, I was able to really use the little feet on the bottom of the printers there to level those out. That took almost about a half an hour to level out those printers. And I'm not talking about leveling out the build plate. I'm talking about leveling the printer, as in the little feet that are on the bottom of it. That took a little bit of effort, I gotta say, because the printer covers, well, they don't want to stay on when you tilt them over. That's the only way you're getting at those feet, is to tilt them over. So yeah, that got a little bit adventurous. I think the Saturns, well, that's sitting on a solid oak drafting table. If that wasn't reasonably level, that would be kind of unusual again for a solid oak drafting table. Because I was all set to go, oh my gosh, do I have to do this all over again? Now, I'm going to do some minor leveling, but nowhere near what I had to do in the new room. That took a little while. Again, another reason why we did not have a chance to try and do the test prints last night. And again, everybody please check out that link that Doji just shared. Again, back to the sap green here. So the next stream hopefully will be Monday. We'll see what kind of weird stuff happens on Monday, if it plays out that way or not. Hopefully not. I will change this to that. Yeah, I like that idea better. Nice to see you there, Lo. How you doing? Happy Sunday. Great to see you. And of course, I am going to try to have, I was kind of hoping to have one of my dropship thing, or one of the starships, one of those two things, either a dropship or starship, having that sculpted up. Again, I'll just be using my starship pieces if I'm doing a starship. It would literally be the first test print of that. It would not be printed on the Saturn. Those, I'm not even going to try to get those going until Tuesday of next week. Again, everybody please check out that link that Doji just shared. Some fabulous oil-painted miniatures. Yeah, we even have cadmium green out here, Doji. Like actual cadmium green. There are some alkids. But boy, yeah, there's a lot of heavy hitters out here, Doji. It's almost kind of, again, like the Zygomore set that we did. And yet, as promised, I'm starting to use some non-alkids now that it's not like okay, we have Adepticon, coming up in a matter of a week or two or something like before. Take him a Perline black, and that is all going to be darker there. Also in there. Maybe another round of that dark in here. Under there. Touch more dark on the, yeah, let's hit that edge too a little bit. this way. Alright, something like that. There we go. Oh yeah, I'm glad we're doing the dark there because it definitely needed a little extra boost there. Same down in here. Extra little boost of dark there, and also here under this. There we are. Nope, more of the sap green. Hit a couple more darks in here before we come back with even lighter stuff there. So a little over 2 hours ago, he was just some primer. Oh, also too, I have to hit that, so I might hit that also before we go refresh the medicine, because that's gonna kind of inform me on what's going on with this. Now, let us get one of our. Maybe we'll use this size filbert here. Let me get this more of that violet here. And we want to have somewhat of a stone whatever here, almost like a flagstone kind of thing. And try to paint in some cracks there as well, or individual little flagstone type things. It's very much a dry brush there. Maximum dry brush. Maybe grab a little bit of green for that. Almost maybe think about individual little stones or something. Who knows? Maybe, maybe not. A little bit of something there, okay. Get some of that out of here. Now, this is a bit more of just the alkyds there. So Lou, I think this very much did, according to our book of Wapple there. Things started out very messy. All we did was a whole bunch of like nasty dry brushy stuff, and then some glazy stuff. Now we will do a little film noir here, I think, because we got the warmer greens, we got the cooler greens. We also have to do stuff on the back of them next, and of course, you kind of see it, especially with some of these heavy-duty colors, like say the cadmium green, the cobalt teal bluish. Put as much thinner as you want in there. Those are still going to be very opaque. Also, two, think less, do more, because perfection, of course, is the enemy of completion. And of course, we don't layer the oils. The oils, they're just going to layer themselves. And that is how we manage to not stack up too much oil paint here. Not, too much is too much, and it happens real fast. As in, like, almost instantly, too much paint on the figure there. Happens all the time. I see people just stacking it so like they got a steam shovel or something. And then they get a little bit distraught because it's not drying at all. Because, well, there's just way, way, way too much paint on there. And I mean orders of magnitude too much paint. Like, just insane levels of paint that are just way beyond what should be on there. And just to maybe trying to find a little system here of some stoneses like this. I know, Doja. How long would you say? Yeah, when your first like real big breakthrough happened? And I think it was on the Eldfall stuff, wasn't it? Doji it was on the Eldfall Chronicles figs, and I think it was kind of unexpected too. It wasn't like one of those. Well, okay, yeah, this fig I really expect to just kind of catch on here. It just sort of snuck up on you, right? You just said, "Oh, all right." So that's what that was. Again, everybody check out Doji if you wanted to share your oil stuff again. Everybody should take a quick little look see there at what Doji's been doing with the oil paints. I guess Doji, you could say that I've had like a continuous bakery run now for days because of the dump cake. Yeah. Let me do this, yeah, and also darken you. Sometimes you just never know right there. It could be a certain miniature, the way it's sculpted, whatever it is, the color scheme. It facilitates a success that was kind of unexpected. Sometimes I know for folks again that are just kind of starting out with the oils, sometimes identifying what went right is almost as hard as what went wrong. Wouldn't you say there, Doji? Because sometimes you're like, well, that worked out. What did I do? Clearly something went my way there, but I have no idea necessarily what it was. There's been times that's happened for me, like say with the printing, where it just oh, okay, apparently that's what I was supposed to do. Even making these holders again, I had a matter of minutes to make these new holders. There wasn't hours spent on them. There was not even a half an hour. I think it was just a matter of minutes that I made those. It took longer to have to download the new stupid version of the bamboo slicer to be able to get to the free files on the bamboo thing. Now I'm going to see. Let me get some of their cobalt teal blue. It's a little tainted there. Is this gonna be light enough? I think so. Oh geez, yeah, more than enough. More than enough to catch again the edges of these tiles here. Well, or not tiles, but the flagstones, I guess, is what we'll say they are. I have thought about doing just some. I was gonna maybe do some of my basing bits that I created. They were just unfortunately they were just too big. They would just kind of gotten in the way here. It wouldn't have been well. Too much is too much, and that also kind of tragic as it might be. It also applies to basing bits. I really was thinking this would be a prime thing for some of the basing bits, not really, well, with the axe. If it was a sword, that'd be one thing, but we had a giant glowy axe down here. I didn't want a bunch of other glowing elements down here to sort of take away from it. Come on, right there we are along that route. This has to change a little. We'll do something there, okay. Well, and Doji again. Glad that I don't know. It's frustrating, right? You just want it to be kind of that straight trajectory upwards. You say, okay, well, I made this advancement here. I figured this out. There's a discovery here. But as I learn more and more about the sculpting process and other things, the printing process, I go, well, okay, yeah, that's succeeded. That doesn't necessarily mean everything else is going to then succeed. Every time, maybe just I'm trying to take on something that's new or whatever, maybe newer than I thought. Fine, let me bring that up a little, and then also a little bit of our teal gonna get its way up there. Also this. Let me do that. There we go. I will try to do a little of that over here. Hey there, Inkanes. Have yourself a good night there, Majar. Have yourself, and again, Majar, definitely sent me pictures of what you're working on there. It sounds like it's a super fun project. AD, why don't you share some linkies in the chat? Everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. Also, same thing with Ngane. So everybody, Ngane's definitely post some of your stuff in the chat. Same thing there, AD. And AD, check this out. This is it's a new set of holders that I made for myself. There's a bunch of pennies in here and some other stuff, and they're designed for my hand. So in other words, like twice the size of a normal human hand. And here's the yeah, it's hollowed out there. Now I just took a standard thing that was sitting out there. I cut some pieces off. I cut it off here, cut it off here. It was originally like this tall all the way up to here and super narrow. I said, the heck with that. We need something bulky here. And then again, all the pennies and the other stuff goes in here. Glue the cap on there. Oh, these are piggy banks, AD. Yes, you hide your cryptocurrency in there, otherwise known as pennies. Yes, that's my super secret cryptocurrency in there, otherwise known as pennies. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Inkane shared. Also the Instagram link that AD Creation shared. Now AD, well, now that it's Sunday, later today, are you going to be doing the first stream with the new commission project there? Oh, AD, why don't you post the link to that? Geez, sorry, AD. I know there was something I wanted to say. Oh, thanks, Inkanes. Oh, also, too, as Majar heads out the door, Majar was asking something about the game, and then I realized we could make a dice tower, a Cyberthuria dice tower, because, we're not doing enough things already. Clearly, we need to do more. So yes, a Cyberthuria dice tower, Inganes. That's gotta happen. So again, everybody please give Inganes a follow. Also give AD Creations a follow. That'd be sensational. Also too, and guys, we're breaking out the again. It's almost a Doomsday palette scenario here. There's even cadmium green, cobalt teal bluish, genuine Williamsburg phthalo green, which I think it's at least a Series 3. It can't be a Series 4, or could it? No, okay, no, that's the Courbet green. Oh, I could have put that out there, darn it. I could have had that out there. Now that's it's a little bit too buried for me to get to. So everybody check out that Kickstarter that AD Creations just shared. And of course, AD, best of luck with all that. Now, I don't know how long the actual process is there if you're just kind of you know, trying to work your way home right away after that. here. So yeah, some stuff up here. There we go. And like we were talking about before, there, and guys, hopefully, with fewer additions to the orc army, you'll be able to do some streaming there yourself. Again, now here once again, we're gonna try to do a kind of a combination of the cyber and the non-cyber. There. Let's see. Yeah, I would imagine a little bit of nap time after that. And again, AD here's hoping that it all goes exactly according to plan. No funny business or anything. Back to this now. That way. No, there we are. Okay, now I'm going to take some of the drugs that we even have Italian Terror Verte out here. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I ran across that when I was looking for another tube to show somebody, and I went, "Oh, okay, fine. Let's put the Terra Verte out here and see what they can." Now that we kind of know what it does, we're not going to get surprised by it like the first time around. So the darker that gets, the more our free hand begins to show up here. Is nice. Now let's see if we can proceed down this way here. Yeah, I mean it could be well, or one that's on a whole bunch of coffee there, AD. Which I guess on the plus side, maybe he does a couple of other appendages or something like that because he's all hopped up on caffeine or something like that. Kind of like somebody who's maybe had a bit of caffeine. They go and re-roof the house a couple of times in the middle of the night or something like that. Not sure how that might play out. Also was trying to, for whatever reason, I guess KT got all hung up about the technology stuff. Not quite sure why the big resistance to the technology stuff. Well, really more of a confidence thing, not a issue with technology. Maybe we'll have that drag down this way a little. I'll just shoot you some messages there, AD. Lighten this up here. I will take. Yeah, there we go. And yeah, and we might have to come back with some darker stuff too. May have to at a certain point. And again, everybody please give AD Creations a follow. That'd be sensational. So again, this is that's the green earth stuff that Armored Wolf brought back from Italia there. Some quickie, almost semi-dry brushy stuff here. There we are. And I kind of just do a little bit of cleanup in here. Maybe we're just going to get rid of all of that. I want some of the, here, get a little bit of the, well, there we go. All right, fine, a little bit of the cadmium green. And that, again, that's genuine cadmium green. Get some lighter stuff on these, on the leafy bits here. On our Green Knight. We did a whole bunch of darker, glazy stuff on him. There. So AD, the new printing room is, well, it's finally ready to run test prints. We'll see how that goes. At long last, ready for some test prints. The new machines in the place of where the Anycubics were, and again that Saturn 12K vat and build plate is that's pretty colossal. Well, at least the vat is. Maybe the build plate's not that much bigger than the Anycubic, but the vat certainly is. But a little bird also told me that don't get too greedy with that that big old Saturn vat. It says you can fill it this full. It's not a good idea to fill it all the way, which is fine. Because each vat is about the size of 10 Olympic-sized swimming pools. At least it seems that way. All right, I'm going to try to get me even. You know what? I'm going to break out ye olde radiant green perhaps here. We'll mix that with the, I keep wanting to call it rare earth. That's the green earth, and that's one of those Italian colors there. Where are you hiding? Oh, there it is. Yeah, there it is. This is Terra Verde as opposed to Terror Verde. And we put the stuff out on the pan. I mean, you can see it, how grainy and nasty that stuff is. Yeah, AD, it's, well, with these guys, the larger print bed is going to be important. Now, of course, I can't just think, well, everybody's going to have something gigantic like that. And so I will also have to make sure that there's a way for people maybe with, well, again, the Anycubic Mono X that we're talking, that's very old. So I think most folks have a printer that's at least as large as that, if not bigger. And again, everybody please give AD Creations a follow. Yeah, we'll lighten up that a little too. So all this stuff's starting to take on a little bit more. Here, let me get this cameo. You know, I might even mix. Wow, look at that. A little bit of the yellow, a little bit of yellow with the cadmium green there. Let me see. 2 hours 40 minutes ago. What do we have? We had primer. That's it. Not a zenith or primer either. It's just mostly just a few sort of middle of the road as far as light and dark, kind of greenish and greenish browns. That's it. Yeah, AD, the two old Mono X printers, those are basically going to be used for, well, if for smaller miniatures, that sort of thing, maybe not super detailed stuff. Not necessarily super duper detailed stuff. Kind of bulky type things, and then the fabulous Saturn, that is going to be for, well, these type of things. That's what it's really meant for. Also larger stuff, well, like these. And it's not like the Mono X can't do them because, well, I wouldn't be painting these if it couldn't. I wonder if it's going to be a little too light on there, maybe. I mean, it'd be easy enough to tone that back. Not a problem. No, we don't want the green there. We want that to be more of the kind of the yellowish type color there. And we're still gonna go even, I think, even lighter on some of the stuff on his shoulders there. That is very possible. Nope, nope. Let's have this handy, and there we go. Now this where's my? Well, okay. That's certainly got some phthalo. Ooh, look at that, man. That's got some of the phthalo green in it, all right. I was gonna say that's the phthalo green and the cadmium green combined. Man, look at that. Boom. So we would kind of put up there in his eyes is, I might even do a little bit of that over here. Yep, we're going to do that. That's going to draw the eye up here. That is good. That's solid. That's what we want. Might drop a little bit of that stuff up in there too. Cool and warm, saturated and desaturated. Work its way that way. Also, some more here. Yeah. Touch of it up on the top there. So now starting to have some real intense greens walking their way into this. Much more intense. Oh, initially, we're still got some of the initial dry brush stuff and initial glaze stuff going on here. Is it any wonder? See, now that starts to again infuse a little bit of this high saturated but cooler green. What's doing that? Well, that's the phthalo green we chucked in there. Now AG, I know you had gotten some new paints or something like that to try. We're also going to be featuring those on these streams here with this commission piece. I've been meaning to ask you about that too. I kind of sort of forgot. It's been up tempo here, and by up tempo I mean like, oh my goodness, yeah, that kind of up tempo. Let me break this down some more. I'm going to maybe get a little bit of that in there. It's got almost a little bit of the Naples yellow in it. Also, it's some of our viney bits there. Those going to be a little bit lighter. Maybe also a little bit of the yellow in them too. Well, AD also, of course, using the GPT, right? You get the picture of the figure, and you just say, here, uh, give me this colors over here. Maybe get a little reflectivity over here. Give me some OSL over there. And then you take the same picture and you say, okay, fine, let's do this a different way. And that way you can try out, again, is it going to be exact? No. But you can sort of get an idea like, do I want this in reds? Do I want this in greens? Or do I want to have red and green? It is one way of doing it pretty much in a heartbeat, saying, oh, that might be interesting, or oh, good grief, not at all. So sometimes what it saves you from doing, where you think, oh, this will be a fabulous idea, but if you could have seen it mostly, done before you tried it, you would have said, nope, I don't think we're doing that. I mean, Copilot works for that too. I don't really use that. I use the GPTs and the Groks there. So AD, basically all you do is just you have a photograph of the primed figure, and you say, look, take this picture, let me see what it looks like, the hair with this color, clothes, whatever, with this color. Object source lighting, no object source lighting. What was it? Was that rocket show, that really big kitty that I did? I experiment. I want to say, okay, what would it look like with, say, a magenta glow? What would it look like with an orange glow or a green glow? Then it was, okay, do I want a white tiger or do I want a standard kind of a Bengal tiger? Again, it's not something that's going to be an exact thing, but you might be able to say, okay, that greenish glow there, that's just not really going to do it. Or there's maybe some freehand that you want to do on there, and you say, you know what, there's really not enough space to do that clearly. Or it's that I got too many folds and undulations to do the kind of freehand that I wanted to do. Again, it's nothing super elaborate. Continuing with this layer stuff here, and we'll also probably come back, do some darker stuff for some of the structure in the leaves here, a little bit of the, yeah, let's keep going with that. So get some of the veins and such in the leaves. Now that it's getting closer to hour number 3, I am just going to go refresh the medicine super quick like here. Because it's been one of those series of days with not a whole bunch of sleep. And also trying to record videos and do the Twitch sessions, which is rough on the voice. So we got to get ourselves that medicine. Make sure the voice continues. So again, don't go anywheres. Don't go anywheres. We shall be back. And again, this really happy with this because again, the glue finally does not get in down there where the magnet is supposed to be. Oh, also too, I gotta get the black over here. That's right. That's probably the first thing we do when we come back is we'll hit the black over there. So again, don't go anywhere. We shall be right back. it is time to throw this at her. Again, this is not our blackest black, and we have discovered that the Max Darth is, I think, a little bit better, a little bit more nifty than the Stuart Simple stuff. Go figure. Let me just get some of this paint out of here first. Where did that go? Here it is. A little bit of our regular old water in there. It's going to be time to refill this thing, I think. It's just about empty. And away we go. Already makes a big difference in how I see our grays up here. Like this, and we go around and around we go. Nothing terribly fancy, but it does. All of a sudden, that looks a whole bunch later. I had nothing to compare it to. That's why I don't do the white primer, don't do the black primer. I do something that's kind of in between as far as value goes. One more hit there, and we have circumnavigated the base. Now that's going to get hit with the other stuff afterwards, but for now, look at that. That's a big look at, and his axe just got a whole lot later too. His digital axe. All right, get this stuff put away here. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for sharing the link to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Again, that's where I think the latest one was. Oh yeah, probably our Merlin stuff. I will be this. I think they'll probably go up tomorrow, maybe, or Sunday, or Monday. We'll have our Guinevere there. Where's my? No, that's got a bunch of thinner in it. It's gonna take me some of my water over here and just again try to get some of the stuff out of there. Doesn't have to be all of it. There we go. Get that out of here. Okay. It made my holder that again. Obviously, black would have been the more ideal thing. What was on the printer was not black. This a what was that? The whatever matte PLA. I forget what the heck it was called. Ooh, that was the other thing I wanted to do. I think we won't go. Well, it is hour 3. Fine. Out comes the fast matte white. No problem there, AD. No problem. We shall be here again as we just about enter hour number 3. Oh, guess pretty soon. Not that far away from Cinco Tres, right, Camda? And apparently, Camda is the official chronicler of Cinco Tres, which means absolutely nothing. It's just I look up there, and inevitably, it's like, oh, look at that. It's almost 3:33:33. That's the only reason why I've even bring it up again. So now as that starts to be less shiny, here, let's get some stuff happening on this too. Nope, that's got to be straighter. Fine. No matter what, I wanted to get some of this on there anyhow. A little more, a little more, a little more, a little more. Now we're talking. Also, we need to get more of that on these bits is here. Fine, we'll put a little thinner on it then. Points don't matter, Camda. Ain't no rules here. It's a rules-free environment. I'm gonna try and get a smidge more of that in here. We'll probably get some of our Salo blue slash turquoise mix in there as well. Eventually. Nice there. Okay, and a bit there. All right, and then let's tone some of that down, and then let's get rid of some of that paint on there. Let's power some of this into where we really, 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 really want these things to be very light. So there. Man, Cam, I don't know how many times I've looked up and probably seen that on the clock and never really thought of it, and then all of a sudden, don't know why, it just stuck in my head there. Not sure why. Probably something, maybe do a little bit of fatigue or something like that might have something to do with it. And he's suddenly captivated by, look at that, there's 5 threes up on the board. Well, now Camda, given the hopefully crisis past and all that other kind of stuff there, maybe this well, actually, gee whiz, I wasn't sure if we're gonna maybe try to stream today, or still too early after the incident. Well, that don't go there. Well, look at that. See how easy that was to get rid of there? That was not a problem. Now, Armored Wolf says that maybe with the miniatures themselves are made up, and whatever paint color doesn't matter. We just use them all. Where you have the green earth and Terra Verte both combined together on the same palette. You never know what's going to happen here. Let me do this here. Another round of light there. Another round under here. Come on. There we go. Well, we get some lighter stuff on the roots. We're going to do some lighter stuff up there too. Yeah, we're only 3 hours, 2 minutes in. Yeah, let's do that too. There we go. Get these bits up here. Is that thin down? I think it's thin down enough for now. That coming out of here. Some coming that way. Line going this way maybe. Two opposing lines going that way and that way. Something a little bit lighter up in here, perhaps. Try to hit this. Now light up here for sure. Let me move some of these brushes out of the way. Ah, there's a place I can stick my hand. Put it there for now. Really gonna work in. Oh, there you go. See, we can see it right away taking effect here. Again, maybe we'll have to redo a little something, something on the crown up here, or his helmet, or whatever. But I mean, it's not that big a deal. Right? I mean, yeah, okay, there's a little bit of the paint getting on my hand, whatever. Now, that's more part of that is because we're not using the alkyds. Remember, what was on that Merlin that we were painting? Oh, even on Bridget. There were parts I was able to like literally just stick my hand on there and nothing came off on my hand. And it was the same paint session. It wasn't like okay, they had 2 days to dry or something. It was not like that at all. That too. Got working in some of our. Look at that. That really starts to that kind of energize all of this stuff really. Back to it here. Zoom. There you go. More lights along his shoe. Whatever. Nope. Refreshing that brush a little bit thinner too. Of course, not too much. It will become a pin line wash, and we don't want that. That will be a no bueno. Did I do the latest? Oh, okay, I already did do some stuff up there. Huh? I thought so. I really thought so. There's something on the top of that, and now maybe. Ooh, the eyes here. Let me see if I can just drop in something super, super light in the eye there. And in the eye there. Couple little lights on his mustache. Piece of fuzz there. Let me get rid of that. Now up here, let me get the little dot up there, and then the light underneath it. I don't really think I was sticking my fingers too much on this part, so I don't feel too bad about doing some of the maybe final highlight stuff here again around his right around his eyes there. Bring this further down. Nope. We need. There we are. Have to retreat back to some actual, just some regular green there, not all that really, really, really light stuff. And we're just talking about. I think before we get too far with this, let's grab some of our Mars Yellow Deep. Maybe even here's some of our. Okay, some of our not radiant violet there, and we'll mix those two together. Is this light enough? We'll get a little bit lighter. Might even just chuck some some of our white there so that it doesn't get too saturated if we just keep throwing yellows in it. No, we want those to like stay a little bit darker because that's what helps this that look more like a glow. I think we'll stick with that. Doing the same light up there. Down we go. There. Ah, there's another couple of viney things here. Fine. Take you. Blending brush. Blending brush time. Trying to get the little edge on the armor right there. Do we need to do it? Yes, we need to do that on this side. Also, first one, next one. Now up here. Let's go darker first. So you know, I'm gonna take me a bunch of the there was some of the phthalo green. We'll mix that with the Van Dyke brown. There's a super dark green for you, a very intense green, because that is also the Williamsburg Van Dyke brown, as in charred animal bones. That's what gives it that extra hit of opacity. Right surface tension. How you doing there? So surface tension. I'll send you some pictures of the fabulous new holders that we made. Okay, looky here. Now this one is another one that is hold. Now of course I glued the wrong piece and it actually goes to a different holder that I made. But here is the. So there you go. And this was it was just something that I found. I cut some things. I moved some parts around. Changed it around. And within about 17-ish minutes or so, I had myself a holder custom made to exactly what I wanted. So surface tension, why don't you share some links there in the chat to some of your fabulous oil painted stuff. We got sort of a semi-doomsday palette out here, surface tension. We even have cadmium green. We have cadmium green and cobalt teal bluish out there at the same time. Yes, indeed. We got Perline Black. We got the Williamsburg Phthalo Green. So everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just shared. So yeah, the one-to-one terrain project there, Surface Tension, is almost ready to test. Just with the stream going longer last night, I was only able to just kind of transfer things. Wasn't able to get any prints going. I think it won't be till probably Tuesday when I try out the Saturn. You know what? I'm going to get rid of that. I think it's just going to be easier to do that. And then we'll rework that. Yeah, let's try that first. Actually, I kind of almost like it the way it is. So yeah, I ran across this when I was trying to find another color. So yeah, there it is. There's Terra Verte there. Now, of course, this would be the not Terra Verte. This is the stuff that Armored Wolf brought back from Italy there. And now that we're doing this, I think we're definitely going to do like at least a 2 or 3 part episode or series on this, where well, guess what? We're talking about all different kinds of greens. I think it would be the perfect subject for it. Of course, maybe I could also print it out smaller. This maybe it doesn't have to be a 75 mil fig. There's that too. Something a little bit darker open here. That might have a little too much thinner on it there. We'll maybe rework that a little bit in a sec, but not right now. Bring it up some here. Thanks, Surface Tension. We could definitely use a little bit of medicine. Thank you so much, Surface Tension. I'm also going to use some of here, a little bit more of the green. And we're really going to hit this now. Kind of been waiting. Because mostly that's still kind of more of a reddish deal going on there. Not what we wanted there. Just try that again up here. Some more darks around that. Also, that's got to be darker. There we go. Also made more progress on the game itself. It's going to require reworking the tiles, but it's definitely a better system for them. And again, that was when I realized, yeah, people would have to potentially print out like, I don't know, 40, 50 tiles just to get started. And I was like, okay, yeah, let's maybe not have to print out corrupted, fractured versions of every tile. That would not be good. Not as good as Fromage, right, Blades? Not as good as Actually, I did have Fromage, Blades. I did have Fromage. Everyone, please give Blades 81 a follow. And of course, Blades, I hope that things are going reasonably well. Blades, I will send you pictures of of setting up the new printers. Basically tearing apart that one room and turning it into actually it's a pretty nice printing room, I gotta say. It is pretty darn nice as a printing room. Now, Blades, I think you were doing one of the Epic Duck Studios thing, and again, sorry I missed the latest stream. Again, everybody, please give Blades 81 a follow. And now, Blades, you did the another one of the paint and takes, right? Or was that Maple Palette that just happened? I'm sorry if I'm getting those two mixed up. No, I think Maple Palette's in May. Unless, again, I'm thinking of it all wrong. There's a bunch of different conventions, like Little Wars is happening right now. So I'm a little foggy on stuff there. Yeah, now we're going to come back with some of our later stuff here. Just trying to map out, again, some of the kind of the veins and the leafy bits here. Now we're talking there, okay. So let's see if we can, let me get that holder out of the way. Nope, that's not going to do it. There we go. Also, too, yeah, here, this is a new sculpt. So this is the Guinevere that we painted the other day. Since we have our Throne series, right? We even have Galadriel on the throne. Everybody's on the throne. We needed one of our cyber Arthurians on a throne too. So here is the. There we go. So again, that's just I took the miniature and I said have her sitting down. I literally just took the picture of the painted miniature. I said, yeah, just have her sitting on a throne. Cause why not? Oh, and of course there's our fabulous holders that we made. Maple Palette was today. That's fantastic. So again, now Blade, did you have a chance to share some? I don't think you had a chance to share some stuffs. Oh geez, I was gonna get you. I was gonna show you pictures of the new room there. Again, it's the fact that this house is a factory was not good enough. It has to also be a warehouse and like two factories together. And that's what the new printing room is going to allow. So yeah, I'll send you some more pictures of that. There's surface tension. Essentially, the two Anycubics, those had to be moved to make room for the new stuff. But we want those to still be in use. Oh, that's right. Okay. I got kind of confused with the paint intake because you were talking about that on the council, right, Blade? So sorry about that. It's been there's been so many things I've been working on. The brain is kind of all over the place. I spot with my little eye here. I might actually try to do a little more of the dark here, right on the underside of some of those. Yeah, again, we just got two fingers on the brush. That is it. And was it the thin coats or something like that? We just have two fingers on the brush. Oh, and again, these handles right here, these are made for my hands. These are not meant for normal human hands. Tiny little, miniature normal human hands. So you might want to, again, for the folks on the Patreon page, you might want to print these a little bit smaller for you. Because I'm thinking these are probably, again, given the fact that a typical person's finger goes up to here on me, these are somewhat larger. Now, I remember you talking about that, Blades. You were saying you wanted to give that a try. Well, I hope that it was fun as well, Blades. Hope that it was fun. And of course, Blades. In addition now to fromage, we also have scallions. And boy, those things on their own, man, the flavor on those is very intense. But you put it in with the sweet tater there. Oh, that works out very nicely. The sweet potato and the honey, was that the honey butter are nice. They kind of take away a little bit of the heat from the scallions there. Let's see, they got 32 bamboo printers in one room. Well, surface tension, if you need to construct an army of evil cyborgs, you can just kind of, surreptitiously surface tension use that printing room. Just tell them you're printing out your own Arecibo telescope array. Yes, to control the death orb shield a little bit better. I'm sure they'll totally believe that. And then you can use it to again create armies of death robots or whatever, because they always have to be death robots. They can't be like I don't know, bunnies and cornflakes robots. They have to be death robots for some reason. Let me get some of this more of this cadmium green in here. Ooh, look at that cadmium green and the fast matte white together. Holy smokes. More of our light right on the ends of these leafy bits here. But blades again. Glad that well I don't know if the Jays have turned things around their blades, but I mean, of course, they could be worse. They could be the Mets. Unfortunately, the Bulldogs are going to be the new White Sox. Yeah, I think they might lose all the rest of their games, and they're not just losing games; they're losing by an average like 100 points a game. So I know it's you don't necessarily win championships, say in April in Aussie rules, but you can lose them. So that's pretty much the same situation there, Blades. Yeah, it's the proverbial mash unit, Blades. And of course, it's just April, right, Blades? Now, again, you could say, okay, that gives them enough time to make some recoveries, but I don't think things were going super fantabulous even before all those, right, Blades? Because I remember you saying on one of the council streams there that there was a bunch of players, some key players from last season that weren't there anymore. So yeah, I guess this year the part of the Chicago White Sox will be played by the New York Mets. Now I'm sure that's nowhere near like the longest losing streak, but 12. I mean, it's kind of hard to lose 12 in a row. You just figure that at some point the other team is just going to have a pitcher that has a bad outing. I mean, eventually you're just going to run across somebody that, even on a really good team, and it could be their number one pitcher. He just happens to go out there and not have the stuff. I think, but what little I've been able to glean of any information is really more NFL draft related. And even then, I am way behind on that. Hitting this here. And because we're talking about, remember, getting some of the lighter stuff on our leafy bits here. Now we also don't want that being too much the same. I want to actually here. I want to try and get the maybe even some of the bluish green here. I'm gonna do a little bit more of this. Wow, surface tension. I don't know if you saw the parts where we combined the Williamsburg phthalo green and that cadmium green. Oh my god, it just basically leapt off the palette. They left off the palette and just started knocking things over like the Kool-Aid Man or whatever. That was insane. You get kind of used to working with, say, not exactly the highest end of phthalo greens, and then all of a sudden you use the actual phthalo green. It's man, that's spicy. I got some zip on it. I forgot to get some cans of pork and beans there at the store. Blades for the craft dinner. Now the last time around, oh, you know what? I got that turkey sausage. Never mind, Blades. I got me that turkey sausage today. That's gonna go in with the fabulous craft dinner. Yes, indeed. Surface tension. Oh, we have the old, the Windsor Newton, What were they called? The Wintons. That's right. Yes, Viridian Green. The super fancy name for the phthalo green substitute, right? Yeah. It's like, well, I'm using Viridian Green. It's well, yeah, that's kind of your poor man's phthalo green. And you gotta be a really poor man because phthalo green not really the most expensive color ever. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, given the cadmiums and the cobalts and the other thing we're chucking around on here. Nice to see you again there, Pascal. Everybody, please give Pascal rules of follow. Pascal, I think you did get a chance to stream yesterday, right? Everybody, please give Pascal rules of follow. And of course, Pascal, why don't you share? Share those fabulous linkies in the chat there. Pascal does some really fantabulous miniatures. So please check that out. Oh, we're going to get some of that over here now. And again, this is our Green Knight. Really glad that I ended up doing the axe version here because I just, again, it's not like I didn't like the sword version. That was fine. But being able to do all this stuff on the axe, that was super. And of course, the character that he represents in the story as well and the game, the axe really does play out much better. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Pascal just shared. And everybody please give Pascal rules to follow. Surface tension, we did a little combo of the, believe it or not, we mixed the Terror Verte and our not Radiant Violet together. And that's what his gloves are painted in. That wasn't too shabby, I have to say, surface tension. That was not too shabby. Again, everybody please check out the Instagram link that Pascal just shared. Now, I wasn't sure if you were going to be streaming today there, Pascal, given that it is Sunday there. And I know sometimes you do the Sunday streams. Now, Blades, again, was it May 8th? Yeah, I'm getting your date mixed up with the neighbors. Because the roofers said, oh, yeah, you know what, we're just going to hightail it to Michigan till like May 2nd. No, 2 weeks, that's right. I don't even know if they're going to be there May 2nd. Holy smokes. Feel real bad for Jose and Minerva and such next door. That's fantastic there, Pascal. Now we did, again, this was an earlier start. It was about 10:07-ish or so. It's almost Cinco Tres, Cam. I almost missed it. I almost missed Cinco Tres. We can't miss that. That's a critical moment in every stream now. I mean, it doesn't mean anything, but, it's critical anyways. Boy, oh boy, we're just seconds away now. Almost missed it. It's everybody's favorite time of the stream. Again, which means absolutely nothing. Let me get some more of this again. That's the phthalo green mix here. And we're about 28 seconds away from the big thing that means nothing. There you go. Much ado about nothing. Again, still, it's kind of the mostly phthalo green. A little bit of the white is in there too, I would say. Yeah, a little bit of the white in there too. And there it is, 3-2, and bang! Go. Cinco tres, 5 threes, 333.33. That's how long we've been painting this fabulous Green Knight. More there. Let's do that here. I have to say, putting those, making that new room and getting the printers in there, I have not used a level that much. I couldn't tell you. It was since I was doing home construction. That's the last time I used a level for that long and that many times. I had 3 levels going, trying to level out those Anycubic Mono X printers and their little feetses. Now again, the existing table, a massive like 80-something-year-old solid oak drafting table. If that's not level, then there's something wrong. As opposed to this shelf. Now this is gonna let me see what happens to this. Kind of almost like a lemony yellow. That's going to get mixed in with said phthalo green. I'm also going to thin that baby down. Yeah, let's do that. So link Armored Wolf for sharing the link to the Patreon page. Now again, I just posted the latest video, well, Saturday morning. Later today, later tonight, I'm going to be filming the final episode in our series on Nimue here. So yeah, that's going to be our final episode there. Actually, surface tension, I got to look into that. I mean, these were the classic, traditional levels for sure. I think I wouldn't mind me having me one of them laser levels. Gots to look into that now. We're heading back over here again. This is that green earth. This is what Armored Wolf brought back again from Italia here. Whoops, there it is. Oh, and it's well, I saw that and I saw a zucchini. That's because I'm hungry. There we go. So fabulous, kind of not too bright, but also kind of on the warmer side. That was something that I I think I did try growing that in the garden, and I think I did get some. Oh, eggplant. That was the other thing I grew. That is among the 10,000 things I have to do later today is get those stupid seeds in some dirt. Gotta do that. So yeah, surface tension, I'll have to look into, I'm sure there's a bunch of those on the Amazons or whatevs. Now, maybe we'll do some more of our digital stuff over there. First, though, I'm going to try and get me a little bit into that green into there. To the dark we go. To the dark we go. Perlene black, some of our Van Dyke brown. Come on. There. Another one there. And now some stuff over here to separate all of this. Some stuff to separate you over here. Now, oh yeah. Somehow, now let's see. Do I want to? Yeah, we'll go viney here. We'll stay viney. Oh, and we got Mars Violet out here too. That's right, Mars Violet. We're gonna combo that with that Mars Yellow Deep here. Not that much thinner. All right. That's fantastic. There's surface tension. Yeah, that was again, that took a little bit of time. Yeah, well, there was more than one occasion where I tilted the thing just far enough that the levels fell off the top and then landed on me. And of course, I've never actually seen a Saturn, the 12K big boy there. Oh my gosh, the Like I was saying earlier, that vat is at least twice the size of an Olympic swimming pool. So if you notice a sudden resin shortage worldwide, that would be me. Just trying to fill that vat once. Yeah, the world markets are going to go bonkers in resin now. Now that I got one of these things. Remember years ago, there's surface tension with the. It was in 2021 with all the supply chain things, and somebody would mention, "Hey, Dick Blick," and then they'd say, "Oh, wait a minute, nope, they don't have any. Dick Blick does not have any of the things we've all been looking for." So yes, nobody worry. There'll be plenty of. Oh gosh, what is it? The ABS like clear red and clear blue resin, and maybe the smoky black. Yeah, there'll be plenty of that. Don't bother going and buying some thinking there's going to be a sudden shortage. Don't do that. You don't have to. Yeah, not by one of those dinky super tankers there, surface tension. This is like four of them chained together. And again, that'll fill up one of those Saturn vats. Now, that might be a minor exaggeration, but it sure didn't feel like it looking at those things. Here we are. I mean, just something tells me that, if you were to spill one of those, half the entire Midwest would be underneath a blanket of resin. I'm gonna try and get me here some of the. Yeah, that's our purpose. Whoops. Okay, fine. There we are. All right. Let's try this lighter gray again. It's got a little bit of almost like a violet to it here. Is nice. There we go. That's what was missing there. I'm just visualizing an image there. Surface tension of one of like five super tankers linked together that says Elegoo on there. Nice. That's too late. Again, some of the violet there. Now we're talking. Just trying to get a few little differences in our flaggy stones here. Couple little lighter ones behind the axe. Yeah, fine. We'll just do a little bit of dry brushing down. That's gonna get the. Ooh, yeah, I forgot about this stuff over here. Fine, fine. Oh, that's not the right one. Let me get that stuff off of there first. So back to our lighter sort of violet gray here. Like that. I mean, nothing super fancy. We kind of need to see the edge of this base right here. So yeah, the Guinevere on that throne, that is not one that's going to be printed out until we get the Saturn going. How's about we say hello to Eridican wife? Erid, how are you doing? Everybody, please give Eridican wife a follow. So thanks for the raid, Erid. Appreciate that. And of course, like always, Erid, why don't you share some links in the chat there? And of course, again, happy birthday from the other day. Happy birthday to you. So we're painting the Green Knight, Erid, just like we were talking about. There he is, and he's a very big lad. He is very large. And check this out here. We were talking about our holders, right? Well, Successigy, and they're made for my hand too. Not dinky little human hands. They're actually made for my hand. So, and again, this is a huge base. You can see, and now see how it glues here and here, and not where the magnet goes. So yeah, and here is a one that's hollowed out. So the idea is again that pennies. Oh, also too. Yeah, that's right, Era. These are piggy banks. These are piggy banks. So no one would expect that hundreds of dollars of pennies are hidden in these things. So yes, it's also a perfect way, you know, uh, of hiding. Let's say you got some offshore accounts or something like that, Irid. You put the stuff in here. Ah, that sounds fantastic, Irid. And again, everybody, please check out that Pinterest link that Irid is going to post in the chat very soon here. Very soon, Irid will get that posted. And again, we're having all kinds of fun with, well, some colors that we almost never have out on the palette. So that's been really fun to play around with here. Everybody check out that Pinterest link that Irdikim just shared. Now, 3 hours, 45 minutes ago, this was just a bunch of primer. There was no paint on it. There was no free handy stuff here. None of that. We're starting to, oh, let's get back to this over here with some free handy stuff. Let's do that. So, well, good luck there. Good luck with the mechanical squirrels. Again, watch out for those squirrel palantiri, otherwise known to folks that don't know better. Those they call those acorns. We call those squirrel palantiri. That's their primary method of communication. They think that the humans don't notice, but some of the humans do, right? Surface tension. Yes, they notice vast movements in the army of Mordor when there's more of those squirrels running around. Again, sharing that info through the squirrel palantiri. Now we're starting to get there. So again, everybody please give Erika a follow.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Just like Tanasha there, do that for Irid, because that would be super, super nice. Now we have had one roll on our Gandalf 6, but now we have another new little hobbit here. So thank you so much, Tanasha. Appreciate that. Again, that thing there, he's like, yeah, I know. Don't bring it around Fangorn Forest. I know that Treebird's going to get all upset. He's like, you just seen what happened to the last dude that walked in with one of those. Yeah, not so good for him. Will we have a more successful roll on the Gandalf 6 for Tanasha here? Hopefully so. Well, there you go. It is 2/3 of a 6, which a little bit better than the first one we had. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that. Yes, there's no way those are just acorns, right? Surface tension. There's no way those are just acorns. I suspect much more. Okay, we're trying here. Let's get a little bit of a lighter glow. And no, maybe not that light. Okay, this is what we want. There we go. All right. I got a little too happy, a little too quick there. And now we need to do a similar thing over here. Tanasha, that's even my own Twitch moderator. He's like, I didn't get the notification because I got unfollowed. So it does happen. It definitely happens. And again, yeah, I did that earlier. Irid, well, not so much with the doggies, but the whole shower thing, yeah, I did that earlier. Because there was lots of, between the yard work and trying to do all the stuff with the printers. Kind of looking around a couple of Olympic-sized pools there. Okay, now we're starting to get some glowy stuff happening there. And again, our last stream just last night was the non-cyber version here of Bridget. So that was very fun. And of course, it's a very interesting complement to the, well, the cyber version here of Bridget. So now we got those for side by side. Look at that. Very fabulous. Yeah, this is, well, let's see, where's, do I have one of the other ones that's easy to grab here? Well, we'll just grab this. So this is kind of what I was using. You can see how much smaller that is than here. Look at, I mean, the bottom is about the same, but the rest is definitely much bigger. Oh, that's right. I can start emptying those out. I'm gonna start stealing some ballast from those, putting it in my new ones here. That's right. Yeah, that's what I should do. And again, they can make great piggy banks. You can hide, can add all kinds of stuff in here. They totally won't notice that I have a boat called Offshore Accounts. Let me get some of my dark up in here. Right around the edge of these, yeah. Separate some of these guys. Some more, and then maybe even a little more light on these guys. Or do we go darker? Well, how about both? We'll do that, and then we're gonna go even lighter on some of these. Because we got our fast melt weight out here. Let's utilize that. So I haven't done any Norse ones there, Tanasha, but we have a whole series again of Celtic goddesses. We have Branwen. Where's my Arianrod? Well, we'll just grab the figure version. So there's Arianrod. I also have the Morrigan. I also have Danyu here. 1 second, we grab that for you in just a sec. There's Danyu. Oh, and of course we also have the non-cyber versions that we're starting to do of our Arthurian. So there's our Nimue Lady of the Lake versus the cyber version of Nimue here. Welcome back there, AD. So Tanasha, I will be doing a whole series of Japanese goddesses. That's part of my Cyber Yomi project. And then also I've got some Egyptian stuff that I'm also working on. There are many miniature lines underway. There's multiple miniature lines underway. There's the Starship line as well. Gonna hit that with, again, some of our teal here. Just darken some of that down. Makes sense there. And now this up here too, same thing. We're gonna darken you down a little with our phthalo green there. So welcome back, AD. So Eric and we just did the raid thing. And we say thanks to Irid for doing the raid. With our Cyber Arthurians, we're doing, just like with our Celtic goddesses, we have a bust version, we have a bas relief version, and we also have the 75 mil fig. And also now we're doing the non-cyber versions, and then we also have the corrupted versions of our Cyber Arthurian characters. We got a bunch of those made. I think. Let's see. I still have to do Merlin. Still have to do Arthur. We have Lancelot, Galahad, and Nimue already done. Oh, and we also have the Lady of Shalotts too. We have our Onion Lady. She's also been done in the corrupted form. Spin you around here. There we go. Okay, let me get some of this darker turquoise in here. Like you do. There we go. Maybe make you a little bit deeper teal there. Okay. Tone some of that down a little bit darker for right now. Might come back with some of my later stuff, but not right now. So about 4 hours ago, that is when we started this little soiree. There was no paint on this guy. He was completely paint free. Come on, a little bit. Right there. Okay, that's good. Now we'll take some of this again. Go the other way, a little bit more. There we are. All right. Some of our cobalt teal bluish. Push that up a little further, like so. I would like to. Let me see. Take some of you. Some of our yellow here. Let's see what happens with this little combination here. Tilt you over a bit. Now we're gonna get some of our filigree here. So yeah, some of it is more of a, you can see that linear circuitry, and other parts has more of an organic look to it. I mean, he is the Green Knight after all. And he has a very specific role in the game. And yes, there is a game. The figures really aren't, these anyway, not part of the game. They're just kind of representational. I will be doing some figures that you can actually put on the board. They will not have all of these little details, though. They're going to be much more simplified. First batch of characters: Arthur, Guinevere, Lancelot, Galahad, Nimue, the Lady of Shalott, and Green Knight. They are non-playable characters. So here is, well, you've got the bas-relief version of the Lady of Shalott right there. Back to our kind of yellowish stuff here, and again, gonna hit the ends of the feathers here, and I can actually start doing these too, because I don't think I'll be sticking my hands on them anymore. So I think we can get those guys too. Let's stash some more of this light into here. Again, on these little leafy bits up there. These need to be lighter too. Like that. Something like this here. Yeah, now that starts to separate from the cloak a little bit more. Is nice. More of that in here. Yeah, this too. This too. Let's get those, again, a little bit of the leafy bits here. A little more light there. Nice to see you there, Switchblade. So Switchblade, here we go. Look at that fabulous brand new holder. Already printed, I think, 4 of them. Yeah. I'll be printing out more after the stream. I think it was something like 17 minutes from when I first started to try and make them to when they were starting to slice them to print them out. It happened real quick. Yeah, I do believe by around, I don't know, 7-ish something in the morning, those were printed out. And they're nice and large. They're actually made for my hands, not tiny little human hands. Tiny little micro human hands there, yeah. Not those dinky little ones. Let me get them more, my light all the way over here. More there we are. There we go. Switchblade, you want to share some stuffs in the chat? Please go ahead. No, no, no. Let me do this. There we are. That's more like, yeah. Right there. Just one little cascade like that. That's it. Now let us do this area over here. Yeah. And Switchblade, I'm fixing for this Thursday to actually try to do an actual 2D painting again. Now it depends. There's some bas reliefs that I'm working on. If those are successful, well, maybe we paint one of those. But yeah, this Thursday we might be going back to like actual like flat Thursday. Truly flat Thursday might be back at least temporarily. Now it's gonna it depends if well, I know that 5x7 fits on camera, because, well, these right here. But yeah, something, I think that's what we'll probably, yeah, I think we'll have to stick with 5x7. And Switchblade, as per the little debate that we had going on there, that's the other thing I'm going to start working on. And now the fact that when I saw the size of those the Saturn printer there, I'm like, okay, that's what we're going to try and print. Some of our bas reliefs, if we want bigger ones, they're getting printed out on those. Now again, we're going to try and get more of the leafy texture here. There's an awful lot of paint sitting on the end of this here brush. Let me try to maybe deposit that somewhere else where I know we can use it. How's about some of that here? There we go. Okay. And of course, again, Switchblade, you want to share some stuff in the chat. Please go ahead and do that. Yeah, that works. That works. Okay. Let me try. Ooh, okay. I don't know if we've done this. I don't think we really have. That is the cadmium green and the Italian, or sorry, the green earth Italian stuff from Italy there. Oh, that's pretty warm. Oh, no problem there, Switchblade. No problem. I just posted the. Oh yeah, the Merlin. I think we're gonna get this one posted here. I think for today. Yeah, I actually painted him before Adepticon Switchblade. He actually one of him sold, and then I kind of rethought the character. I gave him the axe. again, because of how his role changed in the story in the game from a player character to a non-player character, it's seen much more appropriate to give him something like this, again, to kind of play in his role in the game, and again also the story. It's been really, 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 really fun developing the story for all this. Yeah, Switchblade, I want to say, it wasn't all that long before Adepticon. It was pretty darn close to Adepticon when that stream happened. It was really, really close. That should get more of our turquoise there as well. Again, this is almost a semi-doomsday palette here, Switchblade. We got, right now we're working with the cobalt, teal, bluish. There's also cadmium green on the palette. Now, we don't have pearline crimson, but gee whiz. It's pricey enough. Oh. Touch of our... Again, just a little bit of the stuff reflecting, bouncing around, whatevs. Like it does. I'm going to use a blending brush on you. There you go. That's easy enough. Easy peasy. Maybe wait a minute. Let's carry that up a little further there. Alright, what about this? Okay, we already did that over here. So we're good to rock and roll on that side of things. Might even throw a little bit of this blue up in here, up in the skin tone there. Now we shall try to do a little bit of a cybery type stuff here. Let me take some of our intense blue here. There we go. All right. Other side. That's why we kind of left this relatively dark here. No, don't go that way. Well, look at there. That was real hard to change that, wasn't it? That was super hard. Okay, we got that. Now maybe... Okay, we still do have our fast mat weight here. Let's break that down a little. Alright, now over here, the same deal. Lighten that up a little. There we are. Couple more little lights in his beard and some lights up here. On his helmet slash headdress there. Also still working on a bust and bas relief of the Green Knight here. Finally can get some of the latest light on these bits again. I was sticking my fingers on those, so I just there's no point in me even bothering with these highlights over here, since I'm just gonna keep sticking my finger in them. Let me see, 4 hours 8 minutes ago We just got underway on this. Yeah, there was no paint on here. There was no. There was some primer. That's it. Yeah, none of the zenithal stuff. None of that. And again, here's the Italian green earth. Try and get me some texture in here. We don't have much at all there. And might even come back with something that's super dark. Who knows? But first, we gotta get a little something in there. That is also kind of grayed down. It's nowhere near as punchy as what is on top of it here. Now I might even roll it here. That's a combination of the cadmium green and the green earth. But there's any number of things. Obviously, there's Perlene Black, which is already a very dark green. You've got your Van Dyke Brown. You could mix, what was it? Oh, yeah, like a dioxazine violet in there or Egyptian violet. I also will mix something like an indigo in there if we want it to be an even cooler dark green. I've even mixed, oh yeah, Perlene Crimson in with green to make a dark green. Generally, the thing I mix into a green to make it darker is not more green. It's usually something else that is not green. Now, there's a couple of good dark green. Again, Perlene Black, that is a super dark green. Phthalo Green is a dark green, but it's hyper translucent. That's where you mix it with, again, something like an indigo, whatever. Now you have almost like a phthalo indigo. More of that over here. And again, you mix a really something like a dark violet in with that green, you get a very interesting color. Something like a Van Dyke Brown also will get a really nifty dark green. Something more like a sap green, but maybe again, depending on what you're doing with the Van Dyke Brown, you might get yourself even more opacity out of it. Yeah, more leafy bits here. More leafy bits. Might go back with some of my dark in there too. Yeah, we could do that. We can do that here. This again has a little bit of the phthalo in there, and also again some of the cadmium green too. Now again, there's not necessarily a whole ton of texture in the leaves here. Just like on this axe right here, there is no, all that stuff that's painted on there is entirely freehand. There is no texture there. It's just flat. And that was, again, try to give people a little bit of some options there. How's about we say hello to Hero Zone, who dares to enter our zone or our domain. How you doing there, Hero Zone? Awkward, man. It's nice to see you back. I hope that you are also doing well. So have a good night there, AD. So all these are one-piece sculpts there, Switchblade, just like Nimue here. Again, is the base, the figure, all is one piece. That's why we've been learning an awful lot about supports. So Hero Zone, how the heck are you doing? Looky here, we've got ourselves the Green Knight. About, let's see, 4 hours, 13 minutes ago, we just started on this. Everybody please give Hero Zone a follow. And of course, Hero Zone, if you got links to share, something like that, please go right ahead. So again, working on the Green Knight here. This is part of our series of Arthurians. Now, this was kind of fun. So this is a not cyber version. So this is one of our Celtic goddesses. That's Bridget. We did that last night. However, looky here. Bam. So there's the cyber version of Bridget. So here, this is their traditional Celtic goddess. Painted that last night, and a couple of weeks ago we did this one right here. Nice to see you there, Sea Dragon. I hope that you're able to maybe get some painting stuff in there. Now, of course, here this also happened since Adepticon. We've done a bunch more of our Cyberthurians. There's Mordred. There's another version of Guinevere. Again, a little bit of freehand on there. So some fun little bit of freehand. Oh, and Hero Zone. I don't know. Did you get a chance to see? This is part of our stream anniversary. Look at that, Cyber Wapelius, and well, his not so little buddy Cad. Ooh, we got him over here. Look at this. There you go. So there he is there. Look at that. There's Cad. Yeah, there he is. Oh, let's see. So let's see. So Hero Zone is I'm playing some retro rewind. And again, you want to share something in the chat? Please go ahead. And again, we also have been working on the game system that goes with this. Like here's some of our sample tiles, and oh, look at this. There's even, yes, actually printable dice. Look at that. And of course, we've been working on a lot of the tokens too that go along with that. Back to, let's do some of this lighter green again over here. And again, here's Zone. If you want to share anything in the chat, you know the deal. And we got links to something that you're doing, whatever. Please, please feel like you can share that. Now, actually, Sea Dragon, speaking of which, if you wanted to share some stuff, if you've been painting things and you've got, you want to share stuff, please go ahead. Like always. More, there, here we go, some more there. Everybody check out that Discord link that Hero Zone just shared. And again, everybody please give Hero Zone a follow. Nah, there's too much paint on that brush. Let's get rid of some of that. Let's get rid of a little bit of that paint on there. No, that is too late. I'm going to go back to this. Working a little bit of lighter mid-tone, guess you could say on that. Yeah. That could probably stand to be a little, oh, this too. A little lighter there. I'm going to fade that light a little more. Cleve Chan, how you doing? And of course, thanks for joining with the raid. I'm glad that that worked out. I'm glad that that really worked out well. There's Sea Dragon. And hopefully, there's other stuff that you were able to maybe see at Adepticon that was really, really fun too. Yeah, we're gonna throw in some more light right there. Again, on a little leafy things. Then we might again grab something that maybe is a little bit on the darker side. And we can work on the veins here that are part of our leaves. And again, 4 hours, 18 minutes ago, this was just primer. There was no paint on here at all. How's about we welcome in Daddy Celt? Cleve, yeah, those, you would never think something so small could really cause that much pain and that much disability, right? So everybody, please give Daddy Celt a follow. So Daddy Celt, I hope that things still going well with that project, making progress and such. And actually, if you wanted to share your oil painted miniature there, Daddy Celt, I know you did. Was it just on the last stream? Pretty sure you did. Yeah, why don't you share that, Daddy Celt? And now, finally getting a chance to paint up our new version of the Green Knight here. Let me do this like so. Couple more lights on those. Get those leafy bits there. Might even try a little bit on the beard there. Perhaps something that's not the like. Oh, I might do a little bit more of this here. That's cadmium green and phthalo green together. Man, that is some intense stuff. Don't sleep on that stuff. Continue with that up in here. Maybe same stuff up in there too. All right, let's try some more of that. Over here. Like that. There we are. Some of it up here. And then, like we did before, we're going to chuck a little bit of that up towards the top of them here, just to, especially in some of the areas, some dark or middle tone there. So everybody check out the Discord link that Daddy Kelt just shared. Everybody again, please give Daddy Kelt the follow. So Hero Zone, hopefully just lately things have been kind of maybe going the way you would like. I know sometimes they always want to seem to go the opposite of that, the not way you would like. And that's kind of for everybody, it seems like. Hopefully you've been able to kind of keep things going in the direction that you wanted. Is that light enough? I don't want to go too much lighter than that, I gotta say. Now that's okay there, Daddy Count. I mean, the first paints that I was using, they were the Wintons. I didn't really realize it because it had been so many years since I last had gotten new oil paints. You can always again, you can get the Paul Rubens stuff on Amazon there. Again, those are very handy, being elk kids. And again, Cleve, I hope that Saturday treated you well. And hopefully Sunday still has some fun left in it for you too. I know one of the many things I have to do today is again film episode 3 of our Cyber Nimue there, and now of course we are starting to print out more and more of our non-Cyber Thurians, and there's Nimue Lady the Lake. Just printed that one out, was it yesterday, day before, something like that. Taking this, we'll bring it over here. Let me maybe get some of this. Bring it over here. No, I think we're talking, yeah. Right up in there. Okay, that's a different flavor of green. Here, well, let's do this. You can sort of see it there with the different color temps, but here I think you can really see it here. We'll do a little bit of our film noir, like you do. Well, all of a sudden, yeah, there is no warm green, cooler green. There's no teal, no nothing. Look at that. There's practically no glow or anything like that. Here, let's keep it like so, and we undo our film noir. And as we get closer to our 100% coat, well, there you go. Look at that. That glow was invisible. It was gone. All right, because that glow has nothing to do with light and dark. It has everything to do with your core temperature and that sort of thing. That's what it's all about. So yeah, Daddy Kilt, the Wintons. That's what I had at the beginning. I mean, I still have some. Yeah, are they going to be as intense as this cobalt teal bluish? Well, they better not be, because this cobalt teal bluish is a Series 7 color. By comparison, you'd have to probably have about 10 tubes of Wintons to come close to. No, not. You'd have to have about 30 tubes of Wintons or 40 to come close to what this one tube of paint costs. But you're not getting the Wintons to do what this does. There's a difference in expectation for sure. Got one not going to be able to do all the fabulous things that a cobalt teal bluish can, and they better not be able to. Otherwise, Williamsburg has got some explaining to do. Again, trying to get some of that cobalt teal bluish reflected on the inner portion here. A little more. Don't want to go too crazy with the projected light again on the flagstones here. That's fantastic there, Cleve. Spreckers. That is the soda. And again, we lucky enough that at Maters there by Adepticon, they also happen to have that on tap. Not sure what the deal is with this, but we're going to get rid of that. Yeah, not sure what the deal was with all of that in there, but we'll redo that now. Take that out. Not sure what the deal was there. I might, yeah, I spy with my little eye. A couple places here I could maybe chuck in some of our later glow here from our electronics. Taking this, again, the fast melt white. This is more of a pinline wash type of deal here. Boom, look at that. Kind of been waiting on that for a little while too. Gonna do a similar thing right there. Bam. Oh, this thing too. Pin line wash, down you go. Same thing here. Now over here, not pin line wash. We never did get a chance to finish off this here. So let's do this. I might actually zoom out a little bit so people get, there we are. I'll zoom out a little more there. We had it zoomed in when we were working on things like the face and such. We're kind of bouncing around to a lot of areas here. Might make folks a little less dizzy if we just have a broader view of it here. Continue with some of this. Now here, let's get some markings on. It's not quite that. Nope, not like that either. There we go. Down this way. Also gonna tone down, so there we go. Tone some of that down. Let's try this over here now. And that's gonna go across. Then up. Another one down this way. Oh, thank you so much, Finn. Appreciate that. So Finn, oh geez, well, what? Let's see. I didn't bring up both of the Merlins, but I did bring up one of these. This was another one that we did this week. Actually, we did two Cyber Merlins. So there's the bust version of him right there, with the Oculus and such. Yeah, we painted him up I think on Thursday. We did the regular version of Merlin on Monday, and of course, here's another one of our characters. That's Cyber Galahad. The non let's see, the corrupted version of him is really fascinating. Oh, here's wait a minute, let me move this over this way. Now I can get to him here. So there's our Cyber Lancelot. Getting a little bit of freehand with the dragon on the back of him. I think we painted him up the week before, maybe. Yeah, probably the week before. And well, again, everybody also has a bust version and also a bas relief version. These are super fun because of the backdrops on them. Let's see. Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember that as a kid. Well, good luck with that, Erda Michael. Let me see. Let me get some more. Another couple of our lines here. Like so. More. Here, let's get some more of our. More of that, and a little bit late right there, and then maybe some more here. It's a little too late. No, too late. Let's back away here. Some more like it. There we go. All right. Oh, we still have some more of this here, and then we can go later. Then we can go later on that. Touch more here, there. And now we do the really lights up. Well, gee whiz, there's way more thinner sitting over there. There's a little thinner booby trap right there. Now we're talking. Okay, and here a bit more of the top edge of that, like so. Well, that sounds like that could be very, very, very useful, for sure. That, and a couple more of our lights there. I was able to pretty much mostly complete the one-to-one scale terrain project. The old Anycubics, those we'll be doing the test run on those. Again, everything should be very, very. They should be more level now than they've been in quite some time. At least that's the theory. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, that's when we're going to be trying to do stuff with the Saturns. Some of that, phthalo green, there we go. And some of the Prussians, and you go. We have an awful lot of later stuff, and also we still got some of the like the initial brown primers sitting there, so we're gonna get rid of some of that. Over the top of this, straighten up some of that. There we are. Also over here, remember we just did the pin line washi thing here. There, now that interior looks even lighter. Even lighter. I wonder, let me get that here, and maybe something even darker up there. Yeah, I think that'll work. Let me try this again here. So we got, that's the phthalo green and the cadmium green together, trying to get a little bit of a glow here. Let me try this again with even more of the cadmium green. Well, this is again, this is a very expensive palette here, Switchblade. And of course, as we move along, we're gonna start to incorporate more of the regular oil paints again. I mean, for right now, especially during Adepticon time, there was a big emphasis on the alkyds because, well, that was gonna help us get our stuff dried way faster. No, that's not a big a concern now. Can't you wrapped around that, and here this is that got pretty light there. I'm gonna try and get me some shadow underneath that. Perhaps even stronger with some of the darks on his little helmet dealy there. Too dark there. Let's get rid of that. The paint brands: Williamsburg, Winsor Newton, Gamlin. A little bit of Richardson tossed in there. Well, I guess there's yet another brand. We got one of these out here again. This is from Italy here. That is Green Earth. And then, of course, the Paul Rubens. Don't forget the Paul Rubens. Those are out here too. Hit this up in here again. This is that's a fairly intense green right there. That's not just a lighter mid-tone green. That's also a pretty darn intense green that we're starting to chuck out here. It's also going to go over here. Do some of that now. Over in here. So again, we're trying to have more and more and more variation. Not just a value thing. It's also a color thing. It's also a temperature thing. It is also a saturation thing. We just did, not too long ago, we did a film noir, right, to show that we can make that glow disappear, like entirely disappear, because object source lighting is as much to do with color, temperature, and all that good stuff as it is light and dark. Trying to fish a little bit more of that into here again, and maybe some up in there. Over the top of this now. Yeah, we're going to roll like that. A little more here. And then on this side, yeah, well, let's get a whole bunch of our lighter. So how's about some of this maybe? Maybe not quite light enough. So let's grab some of that. That might just do it. Ooh, more thinner, I guess. More thinner here. The edge of his armor right here, the edge of that bracer. To the light we go. We might have to throw some more of our fast cement weight out here. I mean, whatever. Maybe break this down over here first before we do something like that. Here we go. Got that. Try this again up here. There we are. Now we're talking. Yeah, we kind of had missed out on some of that up there. And that way. Also doing this here. Now, this. Let me get a little, almost like a, here, some of this terra rosa, almost a, not quite a coppery type thing here, but something like, let me try this. Come on, more of the terra, there we go, more of the terra rosa, break that down some more. There we are. Not necessarily looking to do a goldish thing there. Also, I'm going to try and get some of that in here. As the other thing I've been waiting to do for a while. Every time I tried doing some stuff, and it was just a little bit too, had not set well enough yet. Now it kind of has. Gonna do the same thing over here that we did on the other side with the handle here on the axe. Perhaps a bit more over here. Like so. Yeah. I tell you, I really am liking this new miniature holder here. Man, this is a really so much. I mean, there's a ton of weight hanging off of this thing. And it definitely feels like it's got some counterbalance to it. And again, I will most likely be doing a tutorial video on the Patreon page how I made this. I mean, it's as easy as could possibly be. I didn't even bother to go like make cylinders and all that kind of stuff. I just there's free ones right there in the bamboo slicer. I grabbed one of them, well, like two of them, and then just started cutting them apart, changed them around to make them what I needed them to be. And then was made aware of just how much faster it is to not print in 0.8 layer height. I mean, pretty much everything that I've been printing on the bamboo for, gosh, it seems like months now, has all been 0.08 layer height. I thought, again, something was wrong when it said it was going to finish in just a couple hours. I went, there's no way. This should be at least a 9-hour print. Oh no, it's just we gotten a little bit used to printing in the again that 0.08, and that's with the 0.4 nozzle. Still haven't printed with the 0.2 yet. We'll get there eventually, one of these days. Yep. Oh, that's what we're missing. Let's get me some of our turquoise over here, shall we? Yep. Somehow all of that just kind of got skipped right there. This too. And not a ton of thinner. then down to okay. So now again, a little cascade of our glow, heading that way. I think we should get some of this somewhat later version, at least for very close to where that little node is right there. Well, let's teach you that way. There you go. Some more there. All right. Some lighter stuff here along the. Yeah, where it's closest to the glowing object, well, we probably should have a little bit more light there. Stands to reason. I hope you can use some of that there. Get some use out of that, Art Michael. Gonna try and do a lighter turquoise glow there, and maybe here. Let me try this. There and there, and then up on top like that. Hey there, Primus, how you doing? So happy Sunday there, Primus. Great to see you. Here's hoping that Saturday was fantastic for you. And again, if you wanted to see the start process of this, or again some of the other ones, well, like the non-cyber Bridget that we painted in the last stream, you head on over to that Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. You do the subscribe there. Again, we are going to be, where did she go? Here we go. So this one is probably what's going to be going up again a little bit later this morning. We'll be doing this. Great to see you there, Mutu. Happy Sunday there, Mutu. So Mutu, here he is. Here's the Green Knight. At long last. Well, technically it's the second Green Knight. We painted him once before. He sold at Adepticon. Let's see, we've been working on the 4 hours, 46 minutes. Thanks, Mutu. And Mutu, like we were talking about, look at this. Look at the fabulous new holder. And it is also it's also a piggy bank there, Mutu. Yes, you put your finances in there. Nobody would ever suspect that you have hundreds of dollars worth of pennies in a miniature holder. Nobody would ever suspect that. So again, if you need to hide some funds or something like that, that's the way to go right there. Look at that. The perfect way to keep, let's say you've got, you're investing in gold or something like that. You just have that. You leave it in here. Nobody would ever touch it. They'd never bother. It's the perfect financial safety net there. Yeah, Mutu, like I was talking, it took maybe 17 minutes to go from nothing to, there was a bill plate being sliced. It happened that fast. Extra little lights up in here. There we go. And we had a lot of fun. Of course, all this stuff is freehand here. The axe, all of this, that does not exist. There's nothing there. And that was kind of intentional. Some of these sculpts, I'm trying to leave it up to the person painting it, which direction they might want to go, especially with something like the Green Knight here. In the early stages before we did this thing with the axe, he was not necessarily looking terribly cyber. And then all of a sudden he started to. once we started to add these various digital elements here. Now back here, we're probably going to get some more light on that as well. We haven't forgotten about that. So I think, yeah, here we have one of our example ones here. There it is. And then, of course, that's all filled with pennies and sand. And then you got the capstone there, goes on top of that. All good to go. I wonder, let me see if I can't lighten this up a little bit more here. Not looking to do the kind of texture we did on Merlin's robes. Texture free here. I mean, we have all of the leafy stuff going on. That's why I don't want to do so much of texture on this. It might actually take away some of the texture of our leafy stuff over here and kind of minimize that. Back to our really light turquoise stuff here. And we're going to hit this again. Some of it filigree. And then some of it perhaps more of a digital nature here. More cybernetic in appearance. That needs to disappear down under here. And now again another bit of filigree in there. I think this may be a combination of filigree and the cyber here. Okay, that's going to come up above it here. Like that. A little bit more of the turquoise. There we go. So see you later there, Cleve. Thanks so much for joining with the raid. Appreciate that. Yeah, what is it now? 3 o'clock in the... It's 3 o'clock in the morning here. And again, we appreciate all the folks that joined with Heroes Raid there too. And of course, Ear to Can Wife, another one of our raids. So many thanks to Hero Zone. Again, so that's almost kind of cutting in a little bit of the again the more the cyber-esque elements there. I'll attach these now. Another set of lines going the other way. So that is a little bit, where's Morgan Le Fay? So it's kind of a bit more like what we had going again. That's mostly, not mostly, that's basically a freehand right there. Thank you so much, Cleve. Appreciate that. Again, I do believe Mutu on this coming Thursday, I might try to do an actual 2D painting. It kind of depends on how, if some of these bar release, if I get a chance to print them or not. I don't know if I will. It kind of depends what happens. Again, setting up the Saturn, how well that works right off the bat. More so the settings, not so much the setting it up. It's a printer, whatever. But locking in settings, that's a whole nother beast. We'll see how that goes. So here again, making another little change to that, simplifying some of it. Might even simplify that too. Try a little something different there. Like this, I think, yeah, that's so maybe almost still more filigree there, yeah. That just might work better. And then we'll stick with that now. How's about, is this light enough, or do I even try to go lighter? Well, that's pretty light up here. Now we can make that a little, alright. And then just that little pin of that edge there, and then not this one here, because that's almost kind of in shadow. Ah, that's fantastic there, Mutu. Bingo, here, some more of that. And now, ooh, I might go here. Let me break in some darker stuff here. Let me try that. And maybe sap green. Let me see what that is going to do in here. Too much of it. We shall take some of that off of the brush. Now we're talking. And we're kind of, again, doing a little bit of a dry brushy thing here. We'll move to, I still haven't had a chance to get that alkyd, the alkyd resin yet. It's just been way too crazy here trying to do a bunch of different things. Maybe this week I try and get the order going for that. Because it would make for an interesting, at least an interesting color theory in oils, that's for sure. And well, hopefully you enjoyed the new alkyds. And it's kind of funny, Mutu, because there's way less alkyds here. Yeah, we're using some real heavy hitters on this palette. Yeah, this is not a fooling around kind of palette here. This is it's got some of the big boys out here. We got cadmium green. We got the real, genuine phthalo green from Williamsburg out here. We got our cobalt teal bluish is out here. Yeah, there's no skimp on this episode. And that combining the genuine phthalo green and that cadmium green. Oh man, and also too the green earth stuff that Armored Wolf brought back from Italy. So that too. Again, that's making it a rather pricey palette. Every so often, we kind of do that because those pricier colors, you're not gonna match those with stuff like, say, your student grade, your alkyds. It just is not meant for that. Not quite meant for that. Here, let's keep going with some of our dark like that right there. Something here and some right there. Like that, okay. I cannot confirm nor deny that as part of a long-term evil plan there, Mutu. Yeah, some folks, they play the long game. You barely know what's happening to you until it's too late. Just kind of sneak up on you little by little. Just like, oh, just get this one color. It's going to be, so you'll love it. It's sensational. Then you kind of recover and stabilize from that. It's like, oh my gosh, you wouldn't believe what did we just discover here. So cannot confirm nor deny that might be at play. Working in again some of our darker green in there to create some shadow right there, and also against maybe a little more here too. And that's again, who knows what kind of, of course, yes, the giant tanker ship of the clear red resin and the clear blue resin and even the smoky black that's headed this way to fill the Saturn vat, which is again the size of several Olympic pools. Okay, we're going to take that that green. We'll mix it with our perline black. That's again that's the green earth, the stuff from Italy there. Pull this up over the top. There we go. If I do that over here, that will also, yeah, see some of this stuff is going to get lighter by default if I do this. And that's just a sort of dry brushing that darker-ish green over the top. That's all it is. Might try to get at least a little lighter green down in some of the recesses here. Nothing crazy. It's a little something there. Where's my, here it is. Like I did have that brush in my hand. It was there a second ago. So that, not so much with the yellow. Try that. Nope, I might go a little bit more of the turquoise. And on the inner portion of that armor there. Yeah, go like that. We got, yeah, then we have that in there now. Do I need to go darker now? I don't think so. I think we can go without that. This up here, I need to either, and let me just try this darker turquoise on the top here. Yeah, let's just go with that. And then in here, we have to do some, haven't really gotten that with our lighter glow color yet. Give it a shot here. Is not, there we are, yeah, let's do some more of that. Over here. No, not that, this. And even this is not, this is not white. Not white. It looks super light. That's just because of what's around it, that's all. Get you later too, yeah, and now back up a little bit to something that's just more of a light turquoise for along here. Turquoise over here, and blendy brush over here. some of this. Like that. And now that that is darker up there, maybe you get a little bit of the turquoise reflection. A little more prominent right around here, some of these guys. That, again, that's got kind of wiped away. We're going to restore that a little. Taking this. And do some angled stuff. Bring it back here. Yeah, let me go a little darker. Back in here. I don't even know if you can see, you can kind of sort of see it. There. Sneak a little bit of that turquoise back in there. A little more down here too. And that, again, that cobalt teal bluish, that is not something you screw around with. That's got some chops to it right there. So Mutu, it's a collection of different things. It's some of it is just whatever is nearby. It's nothing fancy. It's just the usual clippers there, some files, and some of that, and well, sometimes even a wood carving tool. That's basically all I got. I know that some folks they maybe use Dremels or something snazzy. I just whatever's kind of handy, and that's usually what I have is those items right there. I know other folks have, again, maybe snazzier stuff, but that's usually how that goes. Is other folks use way snazzier stuff than me. We tend to be not terribly snazzy. I might let me do this again. No. There first, and now there and there. That is again that's more about the color and the saturation with that green than anything else. It's not so much a value thing. Now I am hoping again with the new printers and everything, and in conjunction, I have been using that resin, but we'll see how that new resin and the new printers work together. Let me. I need to get some more of my later skin tone up in there, possibly. First, let me try this. Let me try this first here. On the top of his, for his upper eye lid here. That should make the glow even lighter. I think it does. Yeah, I think so. here. And let me do something like that. There we go. What about this stuff here? I'm gonna maybe try to go here. Because we sort of have like really light stuff and then really dark stuff and not something that's kind of in between. I would maybe whoops, that's a little too light there. Not a problem. We'll just take that and bam, it's gone. Or at least all the stuff we didn't want is now gone. I might like a little reflected light under there. Now over on this too, I'm thinking turquoise again here. Because we never did get, no, that's a little lighter. Okay, that we'll try that. Let's get rid of that. Try this again. And then, oh, this will make a little more sense too. Yeah, there we are. Cross this way. Up there, and then across that way. So I was kind of waiting a little bit more to do the rest of this stuff on the axe. Pull you across here too. Sorta, kinda. Extend this line across. No, not that light. Same. Where does that end? Does that end over here? Close enough, I guess. Change that back to this. Maybe, try this. We're gonna do this first, and then we'll come back with some of our darker stuff and make some alterations. I'm gonna take this, take some of that Moors red, and we'll just mix that with our green. We're talking about taking that and the green to mix them together there. You know, I'll just get rid of this too. That just was not making a whole bunch of sense there. Reinforce some of the dark there. Okay, now let's try this again. Let's try this one more time here. I think that now we got it. I think that is it. I do think now that we've been doing this a little over 5 hours here, I think we're gonna try to. We got to get going on some printing stuff. Also, there's food. Yes, there's been a couple of times I've been wondering if people have actually heard my stomach growling on stream there. So it is time to definitely get some chows here. So we appreciate Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations, of course. We appreciate all of the bits and the subs and the follows and the raids. We had a bunch of those again, so we appreciate the raids. And I again, hopefully having some fun stuff ready for the next stream that might be of a starship type nature. We shall see how that plays out. One last little bit of dark here, and we'll head on over to Pascal, because Pascal is streaming right now. So we'll head on over that way. So see you later there, Mutu. We're hoping for a Monday. Hoping for a Monday. We'll see how that works out. Again, sometimes don't know how things might play out. But that would be, we're hoping for a Monday stream for sure. So again, there is our green knight. So thank you so much, Mutu. See you later.